All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Oh, that's weird. Why is my multi-chat not working? Hold on a second. The fuck? Hey, Lord Brown Bear, if you're still there, could you send another message through the chat? I don't know why my multi-chat isn't working. I use that to keep an eye on things in case anybody pops into the YouTube chat, but there ain't nobody in there right now, and now there's nothing showing up on my screen at all. That's weird. Yeah, no, it just doesn't want to work right now, huh? Well, nothing I can do about that now. No idea why it's doing that, so I guess I'll just keep Twitch chat up. Sorry about that. Welcome, everybody. Hope you all had a glorious rest of your weekend, and we're ready to continue Wrath of the Righteous and hopefully take our minds off of the fact that the VTuber community is burning to the ground. Again! 2025 refuses to let go. Less than a month left, and everything still wants to get set on fire. Alright, besides, we have a boss fight to deal with. I have no idea why it's doing it. It didn't have any issues yesterday. Oh well. Twitch chat only it is. Sorry to anybody on YouTube. Alright, where were we? Right, that's where we did that. That's where we head up to the tower. Beautiful. Close ranks. Oh. Sup, guys? How about we just fall back in here real fast? No. There we go. So let me see. That we're going to power. I have almost no burn left, so we can't do that. And then we're going to just cause that to explode. Get fucked. Ivu, hold your turn. Wait for them to come around the corner. Oh god, no, not the fucking icy prison. Damn it. How many attacks does she get? Huh. Baron, just, no, just stay off to the side, please. Get out of everybody's way. How can you not? I mean, that works. Get fucked. No more icy prison for you. Let's get. Go after that one. I will resist. He's gonna come in here and attack me for some reason. Fight him. Fight him. Oh, hi. When to walk?
No match for me.
Oh, Regil.
Retreat is not an option.
Nope, you don't. You fail, good sir. You off. Don't have to worry about any of that. Just run up and slash him with the fire sword. Got it. Ivu, hold off a second until we can get somebody in range to actually hit him. Brig. Good. Ivu, would you like to move in and assist?
Yeah. Prepare yourself.
Little dragon. There we go. All right, that's taken care of. Anything good on them? Masterwork glaives, plate armor, meh. I really don't like that the votaries have nothing on them. It's like, yes, chosen demonic warriors of the cult who emulate their demon masters. By the way, they're wearing bullshit for gear. Absolute bullshit. Potbelly knee-high Staunton, I'm coming for you. That demon hussy won't stop me from flaying you. I mean, you can tell from the title of the stream, we are playing an Azada, Lord Brownbear. I do think defenestration from the top of a tower is more fitting.
Here we go.
Oh right, there is stuff up here, isn't there? I don't remember what's up here, but I'm sure there's something. What have we got? Something don't seem right here. No. I have a... Oh god, his spellcasting is absolute crap right now. She doesn't have any... Hold on. Darren, you have a decent use magic device. Let me take a look at it real fast. Sort by type. I've got to have... There we go. Oh, use magic device check. Fuck. You here. You here.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
Only you deserve
Here.
my opinion.
Should we proceed?
Ow, so they don't even... Oh, fuck you! That's bullshit. They were... I already had sea invisibility, and you're telling me these things just popped into existence. And they got the... They also got the fucking... They got the initiative roll. Really?
Kneel before me.
Break his knees.
I will see to your demise.
Desna, guide my hand.
You want to walk?
They'll beg me to stop.
Thank you. I don't even know what this effect does. Mind fog. Minus 10 penalty on wisdom checks and saves. Wow. A creature that successfully saves against the fog is not affected, need not make any further saves. Affected creatures take penalties as long as they remain in the fog for 2d6 rounds. Okay, so kill them and get the hell out of here, is all I'm hearing.
Damn you!
Nope. Oh, really? A plague? Nope. Concealment, 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 concealment.
This one's mine.
Oh.
Precision
Yep.
and grace.
It's fine. A ranged character should be able to take this guy on. There we go. Oh, and they don't, again, they don't even drop any gear. Nothing. Or... Alright, so what did he get infected by?
The world's not ending just yet.
Nothing apparently. Oh, he still has charisma damage. We'll get that sort of later. Everybody else good? Can punt him from the highest tower. That'll work too. That'll work too. What did we even get from that? I don't even... By... Most recent. We picked up a Cold Iron Masterwork Dagger, a Cold Iron Masterwork Break Club, and Head Cracker. A mithril +2 finesse wielding mace. Whenever the wielder of this mace lands the first blow on a new target, they must pass a fortitude saving throw or become stunned from that. Colossus demons are formed from souls of mortals who facilitate destruction through grand acts of arrogance, often having the facade of nobility with fine wear, maintaining a polite, courteous attitude. They're often used as diplomats, concierges, or making use of their physical abilities as assassins, in which case they remain polite and astute. Okay.
I can handle it.
So probably the closest you get to a neutral evil demon, but they still revel in the destruction, I'm assuming. They just are, they're smart enough not to be constantly hemming and hawing about it. I know you're around here somewhere, Staunton.
Can't make the demons
Where are
wait.
you? It killed the last of your troops. There's pretty much nothing left. Oh, crap. I don't like the look of this.
The struggles never cease.
Fuck. Okay, well, they're coming my way. Son of a... What is that? An Omox. 130 hit points. Okay, well. An Omox Befouler. It's doing something, because fucking Ulbrig is covered in shit right now, and I don't know what it is. When do I take a 5-foot step back just to get out of reach? Hit him with everything we got. Aaron, do the same.
I'll make short work of this.
Ow. Oh, no, Arushali's gonna get hit every single fucking time. God damn it. Even with the stealth. Ah. Just fall back as far as you can. Just like... Why is that as far as you can go? There we go. Rigel.
Press the attack.
Smack, 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 smack. There we go. Okay, one's down. 3 to go. Omox demons are perfect follow-up. They're sort of the opposite spectrum of Colossus demons. Colossus is, I'm guessing their name origin is from a different kind of plate. Oh, wait, what? Their politeness is just because of how arrogant they are. They refuse to present as anything else. Ah. One thing to make a Colossus demon lose their composure to show them their own appearance. Humanoids with the head of flies, their own abodes often lack any reflective surfaces because of this. Ah. Please do not crit miss constantly. I am begging you, game. I do go for that one. How did I end up back here? Let me... This. Explosion. Center it right. Right. There. What? Oh my god. Why did I have to take a concentration check? There is no effect on me, game. It would be nice if there was, you know, something that you told me that there was an effect going on, but you decided not to. So what is it? There doesn't appear to be anything. That is an attack, so that's not it. That is an action, so that's not it. That is also an action, so that's not it. What is it, game? I have no conditions on me, and they have no ability that they're using. So why did I have to take a concentration check there?
No match for
Love how the game just straight up lies to me sometimes. I get real fucking sick and tired of
Out
it.
of my sight.
Omox demons are filth demons formed from the souls of mortals who destroyed or defiled places of beauty or purity, a sort of quality over quantity act compared to Abercondilu or compared to Hezrau, who are formed specifically as pilferers of environments or bodies. Okay. Well, I mean, Abercondilu, polluters of environments. I mean, you said the Abercondilu were destroyers of works of art. So I would have assumed that that was specifically things made by humans that are beautiful, or made by mortals that are beautiful, rather. And you said the Hezrau, if that's the polluters of bodies, then I would think the Omox would be polluters of environments. Wouldn't that make the most sense?
I will resist.
Retreat is not an option.
Well, at least they don't have nearly as high AC compared to the big. What the fuck? Why would he have to move? What the fuck, game? You know what? Just attack him. Just attack him. Fine. Since the game just wants to keep fucking. Okay, nobody move. Especially not you, Olbrig. You are literally standing on the edge of the trap. Not move. Not move. Let me get to this.
I'm glad I was
There we
useful
go.
to you.
Beautiful.
Alright, what were they guarding?
Careful.
What were they guarding? Diamond dust. This long sword. Eh. Not much.
Let's
They
see
were
what we
not
can
guarding
do.
them. Let me compare bestiary. Okay. So this leads. This should lead up to Staunton.
Missed me already.
Go ahead and top everybody off.
Here we go.
Yep, Citadel Command. Alright, how many more dudes are between us and Staunton is the question. How many men does he have left? That's a dead end. There.
I can handle it.
Oh, hi. Oh, yep, there they are. Oh, for fuck's sake, not another cultist invoker with fucking icy prison! Okay, it's nice to see that apparently we just nat one'd the entire party for the fucking initiative roll. Fuck you, game. I love it when the enemy gets 2 turns in a row and I don't get to go. It's great. It's fucking great. Give me that. Animate dead. Send them after the rear liners. Watch, the fucking undead will go after the minotaurs even though they really fucking should. Who wants to bet? Oh no, they're actually being smart. And they're going after the evoker. Oh my god, the skeletons are actually have a brain. Holy shit. Why do I only have one Why do I have one at? Why am I staggered? What caused me to be staggered? I love the game not explaining shit. It's great. Back up. Turn that on and zap him from a distance. And failed to overcome the save because we rolled under a 5. That's great. Oh, that was Regel's turn. I'm an idiot. Great. So now we're even further behind because I'm losing track of what's going on. Love this. Oh, good. Get tripped, asshole. Ow. Window one.
They'll beg me to stop.
Thank you, Window. Got that. Cultist Archer, Cultist Archer, Cultist Archer.
Prepare yourself.
Shot. Holbrig. Yep, force them to switch to melee. Still hitting Regil over and over again. How is Regil also staggered? Where did the stagger come from? Aaron, where? Oh, you're underneath there.
I will see to your demise.
Alright, dude. No, why are you coming down this way? You're standing next to a bunch of archers. Just kill them. Why is Ivu only... Okay, where did the not 1, not 2, but 3, possibly 4 people being staggered come from? I'm getting... I don't even know.
Good guys always win.
There we go. 42 damage. Regil, take him down. Pfft, literally took out his knee guards. They're still shooting Regil over and over again, who's supposed to have the highest AC, so I don't know what's going on. Who just healed for 120? Oh. The Kalavakas apparently tried to heal. What? Enslaved soul. What? I don't even know what that does. Abercrombie reform from the souls of art vandals, Hezrau from polluters, Omox from the destroyers of beautiful things. So there is a bit of an overlap, so maybe the strength of the soul or intervention of a demon lord, depending on the presence of servant, determines which. Omox are ooze demons. Alcat overlooks some of their immunity, so they can be sneak attacked. I mean, they did that for a lot of things, Brown Bear. Favored by the demon lord of slimes, Jubilex, being that they're essentially living filth, they make great efforts to do things like poison, water reserves, food supplies, anything more might need to live. Think the villain from Ferngully or the Great Mighty Pooh. Alright, are we done with his forward assault? Good. Fight that man.
Desna, guide my hand.
There we go. That just leaves you. Yep, go ahead. Attack that guy. That guy still gets 4 attacks at melee, despite being a sniper? Huh. Only been doing that the whole playthrough. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Can't make the demons wait.
Of course, that was the only person with gear on them. There we go.
Beautiful.
And this is the commander's quarters,
Here comes
isn't it?
trouble.
Oh, okay. Didn't realize there was a pack of enemies in here. I would have healed before I came in here then. Also, why are we always the ones getting completely shit-canned on the initiative checks?
Make your peace.
1, a 2, and a 3. Oh yeah, he gets to just go again. Thanks, game. Windu.
No match for me.
Thank you, Windu.
Let's see what we can do.
I unironically consider making a giant Omox bard as a villain for this exact bit. I mean, there's worse places you could take inspiration from than Conqueror's Bad Fur Day. The room looks a little cleaner than the rest of the fortress. It is probably the warden's bedroom.
Here we go.
If it is, then I don't want to know why Staunton felt the need to have 2 shears and a babao in his bedroom. Though, to be fair, they might have just been hiding in there thinking we wouldn't show up. Alright, Darren, use your last channel positive energy. Go top him off. Give me a bless. What have we got left? Give me a bone fist centered on the whole group. And give me a bark skin go. They all should be good on AC. Go ahead and reactivate your Archon Zora. That's all you've got left spell-wise, pretty much.
Where do you
Tell
want
me, and I'll do it.
Go ahead and activate Hurricane Bow on her. Conker's Bad Fur Day was so horny. Like, holy shit. Oh, yeah. It absolutely was. That was rare entertainment, basically just being like, you think games are just for little kids? Fuck you.
I can handle it.
That was not a classy and dignified, we will show you how capable and mature our industry is. No, that was them saying, fuck you. Fuck you, this game is not for kids. Fuck you.
Oh, the waiting's never fun.
Reggie, you do still have a little bit of damage on you. Where's our cheap shit? Type. There we go. Perfect. All right.
Can't make the demons wait.
There they are. Nura, Minago, Staunton. There's nothing else I can do. There's nothing else I can do. All right.
Speak with your
Let's aggro them with Regil and Olbrig, shall we?
Let's run, sweetie. Let's go. Why are you so slow? They're almost here.
I'm not going anywhere.
The dwarf's cracked voice sounds like rasping, rusty metal.
Don't you feel it? He's got that damn rag with him. I can't teleport. He's going to kill us.
If he kills us, then so be it. But this is my city, and I will fight for it to the end. And you, my love, you will be with me to the end.
Staunton grasped the chin of the demoness, sinking his nails into her skin and pulling her face towards his, kissing her lips quickly before pushing her away.
This dwarf is a true knight, and that's why he is beyond saving. A demoness knows how to turn a person's good nature against itself. She did it deliberately, knowing that his sense of honor would be his downfall. I have also done this.
Arushale shakes her head sorrowfully.
Who let this mangy rat out of its cage? You made her a member of your party. The succubus whore found a way to betray even the Abyss. And you believe she'll be loyal to you? Minago, my jailer, my torturer. You think I mean to do them harm? That he will suffer if I stand at his side? If that were true, why then would you try so hard to persuade him to cast me out?
You said whore twice. Wait, what? Oh. Okay, it took me a second, Lord Bremer. Yeah, player character in the background. That's kind of hot. I mean, again, if you're playing Azada, you are very much meant to go after Arushale. But we're going after Wendu. Sorry. Staunton, enough of this madness. It's not too late to come back to the side of good. No, it's like, I'm all for second chances, but Staunton was straight up given a second chance, and then he fucked that over. And then we tried to tell him to back off at the last second. He still told us to fuck off, so no. You seem to enjoy blaming others for your problems, Staunton. But you alone have forged your destiny and become traitor twice over. Would it be considered chaotic good or chaotic neutral to comment that her statement about I used to do that was hot? I think I would consider it chaotic horny, Tenwin. Chaotic horny.
Of course. I regret nothing. And I'm ready to pay my dues. What about you? Are you ready to pay for everything you've done in the name of your pathetic queen?
Not everyone here is fighting for Mendev and its queen, fallen paladin. When you crossed to the demon's side, you betrayed all mortal kind. And for that, you must pay.
I do love Regil's just like, I just got here 5 minutes ago. I don't care about your bullshit with the queen. I'm just here to kill you.
Who cares about Mendev? You crossed me and my master, you grizzled runt. You will die for that, and that alone.
Why would you even bother fighting on the side of the demons, Staunton, after everything you already sacrificed for?
You have the audacity to ask me that? I fight on this side because the other side didn't give me a chance. Yes, I made a terrible mistake, and Drezen fell to the demons. The Queen should have had me hanged. I deserved it. But she found a far worse punishment for me. False mercy.
Regil shoots the dwarf in the eye, killing him. I don't know who you are, nor do I care. Pretty much. Regil just, like, you betrayed us. That's all I need to know. Goodbye.
When she spared me that day, she said she wanted to give me a chance to make amends. And I believed her. For 70 years, I've crawled on my knees, shedding my blood for Mendev. Only been spat in the face for it. For 70 years, I watched generations of Crusaders grow old and die, never once changing their tune about Staunton the traitor.
Worst choice she did, or one of them. I would agree. I think part of it as well is it does show how little, like, Galfrey does occasionally like putting her hands on things and, like, you know, keeping track of things closely. But it's very obvious that she was like, Staunton Vane, I sentence you to the condemned to earn redemption in the eyes of the gods, or something like that. And then she just never checked on him for 70 years. Straight up. Just think about that. Like, I hope you find redemption. Completely believes her officer's reports for 70 years of, yeah, Staunton's never found redemption. Staunton's never done enough to earn redemption. Staunton's never done, and never bothers to check. Never. As far as we know, the only time she heard about Staunton was the day she sentenced him, and then when she showed up in Canabras to save the city and discovered that he turned traitor. As far as she knew, nothing seemed to have happened in the 70 years between that, which is an indictment upon her ability to lead. If you're going to make a decision like this, you should at the very least fucking follow up on it.
What else could I give for my mistake? What more punishment could I suffer? How could I ever deserve forgiveness? And one day, I realized there's nothing I can do. The Queen had doomed me to a lifetime of humiliation. When I grew desperate, I only had two choices. To become my own executioner and carry out the sentence she rescinded that day, or go over to the other side.
Remember, Tabletop Galfrey's 15th level. She's been alive for 100 years. She's not out here earning level. She's an eternal politician. In my opinion, that only makes the indictment even greater, because it means she should have been keeping track of shit like this. And in the end, he took the coward's way out. We're channeling a little bit of our Frieza here.
Put yourself in my place. Imagine yourself in that position. What would you choose?
Getting tired of fleeing from me, Minago?
You have no idea how tired I am of you, mortal. But never mind. Today, we will finally be done with you. Right, Staunton? Right, sweetie?
The demon's laughter is shrill and unnatural. See, I have to agree, Lord Bremer, like, if she had switched from her dress outfit to the outfit you showed me from the books, it would fit here, because she would be dressed for combat, not for seduction. In addition, remember heroic figures like Holrun and Yaniel were assassinated, not Galfrey. Going over to the side of evil or sacrificing his life for a sentence he himself believed he deserved, he went to evil, taking the coward's way out. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were just... I thought you were making a reference to Dragon Ball Z Abridged Frieza when he says, "Oh, and here you stand, the coward." And Goku says, "Wait, what?" And Frieza's like, "Because suicide is the coward's way out." And it's like, that's what I assumed you were referencing with Staunton deciding to stand and fight against us here. Really, Minago, what's that on your face?
That's not your concern, mortal.
Right, she got branded by something.
The Masters punished her cruelly for her failure in Canabras. As you can see, the leaders of the demons are as patient with their slaves as the Crusaders are with their commanders.
Sweetie, why are you telling him this? What does it matter? What?
Quiet.
Staunton's voice holds no emotion, save perhaps weariness. The word that fell from his lips barely echoes, but nonetheless, the demon immediately falls silent. Nora, Are you here to have some fun?
We sure will. We'll have so much fun that even the Abyss will feel the heat.
What is this? What are you talking about, huh?
You'll know soon enough, Lady Minago.
Gotta hand it to Nura's voice actress. She only has a handful of lines, but she does a really good job with them.
Right. No point in wasting time talking. To arms!
You take on the Tower of Strahd after the assault on the Defender's Hearth. You see Minago does this very thing to Faxon. Oh, see, I've never done that. I've always wiped out the Tower of Strahd before the battle, so I didn't even know that was a thing.
Staunton, darling.
Stop whining! Didn't you swear your eternal love to me? Promised we'd rule Drezen together? Now shut your lying mouth and fight! Whatever end fate has in store for me, you will share it!
I am your judge, and soon your executioner.
Yep, we get the buff. Oh, fuck you. Oh, I get to go first. I immediately cast a control spell on everybody. Fuck you. Fine, two can play that game. Send in the Skelly Boys. I don't fucking care. Send in the Skelly Boys. And the best part about the Skelly Boys is I don't have to give a shit if I set off an explosion next to them. Ba-boom. Good. Oh, Minago managed to dodge out of the way. Oh, well. Well, let's take Staunton first. Regil, you'd be so kind.
This one is mine.
Smack. Ivu. Once every 1d4 rounds, a Havoc Dragon can deal 2d10 points of sonic damage to everyone in a 30-foot cone. Okay, see, hold on. The description says to everyone, but the target description says all enemies. Which one is it, game? This damage increases by 2d10 for every rank the Azada has attained. Alright, well, we're about to find out. The fact that it's highlighting Regil has me concerned. So we're not going to do that. Never mind. Send in the dog. And knock him over. Windowog. Would you like to kill Staunton, please?
Beg me to stop.
I don't like it when they do these mid-cutscene.
You stubborn ass! You want to die for a heap of rocks? Go ahead. I'm not staying here.
There's panic on Minago's blood-splashed face and her lips are
No,
trembling.
my dear. You are. You will either fight to the bitter end, or I'll break your delicate little neck myself. With these very hands.
Are you threatening me, my mortal toy? Me? And with what? With the power I gave you. You ungrateful beast!
The demon's mouth, trembling with fear, now opens with a hysterical grin like a wound upon her face.
Give me back what's mine! Take him, he's yours, and Drezen too! I don't care about this fortress, or this half-wit.
Minago stretches forth her hand and a crimson spark flies out of Staunton's eyes, planting itself within her palm. Staunton freezes, stunned, and silently moves his lips, which have turned gray in a flash like a fish out of water.
Oh, I grow so tired of you mortals. Your humdrum little passions, your constant squabbling, your incessant accusations and excuses. You treat each other like dirt. Push weaklings like these two into our arms. And then you have the audacity to accuse us. Come on, punish your traitors. I've seen this show countless times.
Where are you going, Minago? The fun's just starting.
Have fun with Staunton. You and he have similar ideas about what counts as entertainment. Take your filthy rag. Take your befouled ruins. You can make soup out of this moron for all I care. I've had enough war. We Lily two were created for tenderness and love. Stay away from me with your swords and shields.
Oh, right. She just... Oh, right. She just jumps off the balcony. I forgot about that.
This is to be my fate. I've been betrayed by people and demons alike. Now my life really is worth nothing. But that doesn't mean you won't pay for it dearly. Come on, you scumbag! Kill me if you can! I don't care anymore!
Staunton watches Minago leave before looking at you, the sorrows in his eyes giving way to hatred. Lay down your arms, Staunton. You have one chance. I'm not even saying you can make things right. I'm just giving him one opportunity to lay down his arms, which we know he's not going to take.
You really do believe that, don't you? You really think that you can still change something? Somehow bring a cursed soul back to the light?
The dwarf chuckles sadly and without ire.
I wish I could believe like you do, hope like you, but I know too well, there is no hope. I've been dead for a long time. As a matter of fact, the torment of the last few years, I might as well have spent them in the abyss. The only thing you can do for me is finish me off. Let's get this over with. To arms.
I'll bathe in your blood.
Oh, and then it puts us right back to where we... Ow! 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 Okay, fuck you, Staunton. What is this? Lily 2, as mentioned before, have a lot like Sakubai in the focus on destruction of the soul, but instead of being restricted to lust, is told to use any sin they can sense for the soul towards its end. Betrayed by people and demons alike. You betrayed people and threatened demons alike. Yep. Stab him. Ivu.
Beautiful.
And we've all been slowed down because we have 1, 2, 3 people with fatigue and multiple strength debuffs. Fuck you, game. Let me see here. Belt of physical form, dexterity, and constitution. That's going on me. Helmet of inspired wisdom. Cloak of resistance +1. The soul shear. Soul Basher, Staunton Dane's warhammer, was once a weapon of honor and repute among the Crusaders. When the Keeper of the Sword of Valor rejected his duty as a paladin, became a double agent, he single-handedly reforged the warhammer into the glaive Soul Shear, a weapon admired by the worshippers of Baphomet. Mistress Minago herself tempered the new blade with the grimmest and most sinister of enchantments, and no Crusader would ever dare to reclaim this disgraced weapon. Whenever the wielder of this +3 adamantine glaive kills a target with it, it summons a demon until the end of the fight. Only one demon can be summoned per fight. If the demon was already summoned, every subsequent kill heals it for 1d8 +5 hit points and gives it a stacking +1 bonus on attack rolls. Depending on the hit dice of the killed enemy, the summoned demon could be a Babao, a Marilith, or a Baylor. The weapon cannot be wielded by lawful good characters. Big shock. And Carapace. The heavy armor adorned with the seal of Discari was forged into for one of the high priests of the Locust Lord's cult. The mere sight of it struck terror into his enemies, but not his allies. Soon after Baphomet's followers captured Drezen, cultists of Discari arrived there and demanded that the city be given over to them. The Templars happily agreed, handing over control of the city to their allies with all proper formalities, including a feast at which every last Descarite was poisoned. After that, the armor was displayed in Drezen's citadel as a warning to the Descarites, until Minago finally found a knight worthy of wearing it. Whenever an enemy lands a hit on the wearer of this +2 mithril full plate mail, the attacker has to pass a reflex saving throw of 18 or suffer 1d3 damage to strength. If they pass the saving throw, they suffer 1d3 piercing damage instead. I do think that's actually an upgrade for Regil. Oh, it's a mithril full plate as opposed to an adamantine full plate. So he loses out on some of the damage resistance, right? Yes. But in exchange, he's going to get a higher effective AC because he can actually take advantage of his strength or his dexterity, and he has the potential to debuff enemies when they hit. Green is not your color, my dude. But we'll take it. That gets him up to a 35, which is not bad.
Let's see what we can do.
Nura, what are you going to be doing? Breathing heavily, Nura looks around the room as if she can't believe her eyes. Huh, alive! I'm alive! It can't be! She looks at you baffled. So, what's next? For the first time, I don't have a plan. I felt the same way when I renounced the Abyss. I had the whole world at my feet, large and strange, and no one to make me destroy it anymore. Let me see here. To that end, they have a profane pact ability, not unlike a succubus, but more potent. As you saw with Staunton, pulling it away uses charisma drain instead of shapeshifting. A Lilitu can turn mortal shield kills into husks, and then wear that husk like a suit, not just taking that mortal's appearance, but using the mortal's alignment to throw off divination. All the while, the husk is trapped in a hellish halfway point between life and death. Lilitu, like Minago, often serve a specific demon lord, physically taking up features that match that demon lord's portfolio. In tabletop, Minago's horns are more like an aurochs, but other Lilitu have fish scales or webbed digits if they serve Dagon, or feathers and wings if they serve Pazuzu. Okay, that makes sense. Nura rubs her eyes, looking between you and Arushale, baffled. Who's this? A succubus on your side, saying she renounced the Abyss? Ah, such a marvel has a place in your game. You must have something for me. I know she's not going to go with that. Why don't you just forget about plans? What do you want? I've betrayed mortals and demons. What does it matter what I want if they won't let me live in their world? The thoughtful expression on Nura's face slowly turns to a smirk. On the other hand, you've been quite convincing, you know. Too bad they won't let me live to see the outcome of your big joke, but I can still play my own. Let me go. That day will come, you'll see. Thank you for your help, Nura. Let's just say that I never saw you here. Go where you want, but run. And I suggest that we not meet again unless you're sure the Crusades are about to be over. Nura nods. Thank you, Commander. And farewell. You probably won't see me again. Not alive, anyhow. But you'll remember my name. I promise you that. I don't know what she's supposed to do later, but yeah, you guys have said she at least does show up later. We'll find out when we get there. All right, I think we're done.
I can handle it.
I don't know if I have to... Do I have to, like, just walk down the stairs to end it? Or... What? Yep, there we go.
The commander of the Crusade has managed to overthrow 70 years of demonic rule in Drezen and restored the Sword of Valor to its rightful place. Will the commander be able to defend the banner he has won with such a valiant effort?
Lastly, Lilitu like Abluzu have access to demonic wishcraft. Once a week, a Lilitu can grant a wish to a mortal. Their entire subsection and book dedicated to demon wishcraft. Essentially, if a demon grants a mortal a wish, they do so in the most destructive way possible. Or failing that, sink their hooks into the mortal soul. Yep, that makes sense. There we go, and now begins the rehabilitation and rebuilding of Drezen, which means we're probably going to spend the entire rest of the stream session talking to people. I'm going to need to make sure I have plenty of gamer subs and water on hand.
Urgent matters of state are awaiting my attention. My convoy will be departing for the capital within the hour. I'm afraid this is all the time I can spare you. So do please forgive me for skipping the lengthy and well-deserved congratulations.
Something has suddenly changed in how the Queen of Mendev looks at you. There is respect that shines in her eyes, but her slightly furrowed brow indicates a hint of unease.
Drezen was taken quickly, even more quickly than I'd anticipated. Every death is an irretrievable loss. But considering the scale of our forces, the losses among our troops are tolerable. Morale is high among the Crusade forces that were entrusted to you. You handled the command superbly. I never doubted your personal ability to deal with the demons. I knew that you could become a living symbol for people to follow. That you have now displayed a decent head for tactics is a pleasant surprise. I believed in your success and prepared for this outcome after a fashion. I brought a reward to personally bestow upon my Knight Commander. But now, I think this reward is insufficient. So please, accept one more gift from me personally.
The Queen offers a slight smile and gives a signal to a waiting squire, who passes you a neatly folded cloak with lavish embroidery. Though with her following words, Galfrey slides a ring from her own finger and lays it atop the cloak. Thank you, my queen.
And thank you for what you have done for the Crusades. Now on to the main matter. The Sword of Valor has been returned to us. touching it has awoken your power and changed the great relic beyond recognition. Many clerics are at a loss to interpret this unexpected turn. Is it an omen? Happenstance? A warning? Only one thing can be said for certain. Your power is astonishing and unlike anything ever seen before. Your power bears little resemblance to other manifestations of the Inheritor's will that I have been fortunate enough to witness. But who can fathom the god's designs? And Iomade has many heavenly allies, and they helped us on several occasions throughout the Crusades.
I mean, technically these are Elysium, but yeah, I mean, Elysium is not that far.
There. I have said all I wish to. Is there anything you wish to discuss with me before I depart?
To tell you the end of Drezen went for me on the tabletop, it was shit. The boss fight was irritating, the teammates wouldn't let me. Nura was possessed willingly by Historiax, and even after killing her, hits with a shadow fireball kills her. Our Inquisitor heals her back up only to teleport out. We won because we got the banner. Once we got the banner, Karana just shrugs and teleported out before we could hang it up. When I went to chase after Nura, I found her with her head cut off. Demon was shadowing us and killed Nura when she escaped from the boss room, and now we also guess she was the one who took Staunton's body. When using Speak with the Dead on Nura, we only learned the demon's name, Jerabeth. Regil snipes the queen for the roof. No, Regil's not that. Remember, Regil's a no, because Tenwin. What is the quote from Malcolm Reynolds? From Malcolm Reynolds in Firefly? If I kill you, we'll be facing each other and you'll have a gun in your hand. With Regil, it's if I need to kill you, you will see me coming because I will be laying waste to everything between you and me. It's that kind of shit. There is something the both of you should know. Marilu Vorlesh appeared to me at the end of the Battle of Drezen. She did not explain why she had come.
The architect of the world wound? Here? And she allowed you to simply dispose of Staunton Vane and claim the Sword of Valor? This is a very worrying development. Aurilu was more dangerous than a dozen Balors, and more cunning and deceitful than a score of succubi. In the 100 years of the Crusades, our forces have very rarely encountered her, but when we did, it always led to something terrifying.
You act as if Regil would be above a tactical assassination. The only way he would be in favor of that would be if her death would improve things in Mendev, versus removing her from the head of the Crusade being better for the Crusade specifically. A tactical assassination would therefore have to be done very carefully and would have to be done when the Mendevian situation could actually be resolved without adversely affecting the Crusade. Can't really do that when she's literally standing in the middle of Drezen. In disguise, Karana managed to trick me into accepting her profane gift, and when I rebuked her, she just takes it away. So basically, my experience was sort of like the CRPG Stauntons. Oof.
I think she has taken an interest in you and your power. It was to be expected, of course, and it worries me more than anything else. Sooner or later, we shall have to take a stand against Aurilu and deal with her once and for all. But I thought we would have time to prepare. Be careful. And if the architect reappears, treat her as you would a demon lord.
If you can somehow make the assassination look like it was done by a demon. Yeah, that's the other side of the thing. Yep. Do you know anything about that huge demon we fought at the gates? It's far stronger than the rest.
The Baylor Dorazand, one of Daskari's generals. He, Hep Zamira, and the Echo of Daskari are some of the most notable demons in the Abyssal Forces. You will soon learn these names. Dorazand has not been sighted by our scouts for a long time, and his appearance at Drezen was an unexpected development.
Baylor Darazand is a monster whose name Crusader... Oh no, we've read this one. Yeah, that is no figure of speech in actual story. And then there's Hepzamira. The Nephilim Hepzamira is the daughter of Baphomet and the current favorite. She commands a sizable force of her father's minions, mortal and demon alike.
But we must grow accustomed to surprises such as this. The ability to move at will through space is one of the demon's most unpleasant hallmarks. Fortunately, the Sword of Valor takes care of that problem for the areas around Drezen.
Furthermore, we attempted a stronger divination of Nura's soul. Instead of her answering, we had a weird vision of a magic mouth spell of Baphomet taunting us that the soul we were trying to contact was now in his ineluctable prison. We didn't see her again until book 5. Ouch. I mean, at least the DM bothered to think about that. It would make sense if she was working for the demons and then was killed and then immediately would have had her soul dragged to the abyss. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. I'll tell you now, between book 2 and 5, all my party members forgot why I hated Jerabeth, and the entire campaign ends without the DM considering using Jerabeth again for me to kill her, and no one was really interested in going on a revenge quest with me. That sounds so weird. I don't know why. One, I don't know why your DM wouldn't have used that. And two, I don't know why your party wouldn't have been down for it. That seems so weird.
Very well. Then I shall take my leave. Irabeth will bring you up to speed on the situation in the city and surrounds. And together, you can decide on what next steps to take. Good luck, Commander. Remember, this is but the first step. The road ahead will be long and difficult.
With a nod of farewell, the Queen strides off with precise military
Allow
bearing.
me also to congratulate you on your victory, Commander.
Irabeth salutes the Queen, waits until she's moved far enough away before turning
We
to
won
you.
the battle for Drezen, but this war is far from over. The demons know our true strength, so we must brace ourselves for a merciless counterattack. They will do everything they can to gain control of the city and destroy you personally, and all of us along with you. The only good news is that cultists make up more than half of their forces, so they will have to march the same roads as our fighters. If they were all demons, they could appear here instantaneously and lay siege to the city. Praise Iomade for small mercies.
Hey, Apollo, welcome. My DM and I are staging my character's kidnapping so I can be gone for 3 weeks. I can't join and give my party a nice break from everyone who's tried to kill them. That's a good way to handle it. All too often, if somebody's missing for that length of time, it gets really awkward trying to incorporate their character. But yeah, if you can turn it into a basic side quest involving kidnapping, it's not a bad way to do it.
The main demon forces are moving out from the City of Eyes and the Threshold Fortress. Scouts are reporting that for now, we don't stand a chance of tearing through the defense and launching a counterattack. We can only gather our forces, rebuff their attacks, and wait for the right moment. Unfortunately, other hostile groups keep appearing out of nowhere. And on top of all that, Minago is still prowling around somewhere out there. Anevia is trying to find out where that Abyss scum has run off to. Maybe she's already got some leads.
There's a track record of us accepting enemy alliances to make things easier on us, even though there should be against a Paladin's Oath, but you never said anything about it, and combat was too rough for anyone to take the high road and say no. Yeah, that's the other side of things. Like, if your DM focuses too heavily on combat, they shouldn't be surprised when the characters are willing to say, fuck it, we need every advantage we can get. Like, it's kind of the same problem I have with a lot of CRPGs, which is sometimes game developers forget that not everybody builds min-max characters, and then they get surprised when, well, why are people breaking our game system over its back with their super min-max characters? Because some of the encounters are frankly bullshit.
Luckily, we are not alone. Mendev is with us. Queen Galfrey has sent us the first reinforcements. They've just entered the city.
Please tell me they're not the worthless recruits that we got before.
Besides, news of your victory is spreading through Avistan. I'm sure that crowds of new volunteers will soon be pouring into Drezen, inspired by your feat. And that's very good news, because we're going to need troops. Here is a brief report about the main problems we're currently facing.
That was this game early on. I mean, to be fair, I don't even know how to shorten your name. This ad supports Twitch. Well, thank you. Yeah, early CRPGs across the board are always difficult because you are, in a lot of cases, you're at that level where all it takes is one good crit. It doesn't, like, you can go all the way back to the OG of CRPGs with Baldur's Gate 1, where you could be playing a sorcerer or a wizard and having a whopping 4 to 6 hit points and just getting one-shotted by the first wild animal you encounter. All the way up to modern CRPGs like this one, where you can still get fucked pretty hard if you're not careful in the early game. There's always a good period where in most CRPGs, the very beginning of the game and either the very end or usually a spike right before the end are the most difficult parts. Everything else tends to be smooth sailing once you have enough options and equipment to deal with it. You just gotta figure it out from there. They give you, by then you have all the puzzle pieces that you need to solve it. Or again, you can min-max a character to high hell and break the entire game. One or the other. Demons with special powers. Let's start
Remember
with
that
that.
Nabasu that attacked our camp? He had powers that no ordinary demon should have.
Irabeth's voice stays calm, but you can tell she's working hard to maintain her
It is
composure.
not the only demon of its kind. We keep receiving reports about similar monsters. All isolated cases for now. But it's possible that in the future, we will see entire squads, if not armies of them. We must find out where they're coming from. Find the source of their power and destroy it. If we don't, they will crush us before long. Even you can't defeat an entire army of such monsters.
Secret path. What does this mean?
We can usually spot armies of demons in advance, as their hordes march along the gray road from Eyes or Threshold. But sometimes packs of them appear out of nowhere. They're managing to avoid our scouts somehow and sneaking into our territory. If we don't solve this problem, we cannot attack. The demons will just appear at our backs, block off the gorges and cut us off from Drezen. Anevia is trying to find out how the demons are getting into our territory, but she hasn't succeeded yet. Talk to her. She will tell you more about what she's doing.
And I see there's a patrol missing.
Yes, it disappeared without a trace during a mission. We didn't even find any bodies. Maybe someone abducted them, or there's some natural threat in the area. And we can't rule out the possibility of desertion, either. The troop was patrolling the southern road out of the city. The last surviving settlements of Socorus lie in that direction. But after the siege of Drezen, contact with them was lost. Hardly any of the inhabitants survived once the demons invaded the area. That's where I started the search.
I mean, obviously, we need to take Olbrich on that one. I don't even... Because I do vaguely remember the Winter Sun quests, but I definitely want to see what Olbrich has to say about all that. A dragon.
As if we didn't have enough problems with demons already. Now there's a wild dragon in the vicinity. Luckily, it's not part of the demon army. If the demons had a dragon on their side, it could pose a serious threat. But there's very little food in the World Wound, and the dragon doesn't seem to have a taste for demons and cultists. She keeps attacking small squads of crusaders, picking off those who fall behind, ravaging supply trains.
Wild dragon? I mean, basically common parlance for a chromatic dragon. That's usually, like, the metallic dragons are seen as civilized because, you know, they're willing to talk, whereas chromatics are wild. Even, like, and to some extent that is also a misnomer because you do have some, like, blue dragons that are very consummate manipulators and will take mortal forms to manipulate mortals, as opposed to red dragons, which are far too proud and would literally kill anyone who suggested that they take a mortal form, because fuck you.
The dragon's been sighted frequently in the sky, but we don't know exactly where her lair is. We have someone to help with this, though. Do you remember the dwarf who bravely attacked the Baylor in front of the Citadel during the siege? He is back in the city, and he doesn't mind hunting this dragon, apparently. Go talk to him in the tavern. We might be able to help each other.
Is that all?
There are a few pleasant matters. At the Queen's command, the Crusaders who took part in the attack have had their pay doubled, and medals will be awarded to those who were particularly outstanding in battle. You know one of them. The Knight Elan from the Houndhearts.
Oh, and there's...
He led a troop of Nerosian recruits and brought them to the main forces, and later drew the demons' attention in the battle with the Baylor, allowing the wounded to be rescued.
All right. We'll hold here for a moment while the ad plays, because I do see we have some people in here, so I don't want them to miss anything. We'll hold here for a moment. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes. I'm going to go do some stretches and get some water. Be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Perfect timing. Yeah, it's just about over.
There is one more thing. As you know, there is a vast dungeon under Drezen. It's empty now. None of those imprisoned by the demons survived, and we don't have any new prisoners.
Not yet.
We've temporarily placed the body of Staunton Vane in the dungeon. You slew him. What are your orders regarding his body? Anevia thinks we should burn it quietly and forget about it. Some want to see his corpse displayed in the square, but I don't think we should behave like demons and barbarians. He may have been our enemy, but he deserved to be buried as a knight. However, the decision is yours, of course.
I'm tempted to burn it. Like, if I was playing more lawful, I would even go so far as to say that since Erebeth was his previous commanding officer, she should have the ability to bury it. She should be allowed to do so. But yeah, I'm gonna have to side with Anevia on this one. Burn the body quietly, but don't do anything that would disturb his spirit.
Right you are, Commander. Commander. That day during the battle,
Erebeth is hesitating, and you can see the struggle on her face as if she doesn't know whether she should say something.
No. My apologies. That is all, Commander. Thank you for your time.
Giving a salute, Erebeth turns around and quickly leaves.
I don't understand these cities that mortals love so much. Stone, stone, and more stone. All the doors are so close to the ground and are all the same shape. Why don't they ever put the door on top floor and slide down to the ground instead? And why do they even want to go outside if it's no fun out there? If somebody built a fountain full of jam, say, I'd understand. Or a chocolate tree, so people could break off a branch to munch on as they pass by.
The sudden voice from over your shoulder drops to an excited whisper. Huh, I've started hearing voices. That's not a good sign.
Those aren't voices. It's me. I'm a really lovely dragon and your friend.
You hear a cheery snort, and then a tiny female dragon, an evident jam fountain enthusiast, emerges from behind you. Well now, cute little dragon, if that's true, why did you only start speaking now?
Maybe I was a little shy. After all, we don't know each other. I had to take a look around and get used to things. Everything about the material plane is so weird and gray and stony, especially Drezen.
And what's your name, little dragon?
Ivu, because I'm little. In my family, our names get longer as we get bigger and older. Just imagine how funny it would be otherwise. Imagine having a 5-year-old dragon, barely hatched, but they already call you Resla Robran or Iltuliak or something like that.
The little dragon snorts, and you conclude that that is her way of laughing. I do like Ivu. It is adorable. It's also just kind of hilarious that it's like, congratulations, you're a Nazada. By the way, here's a dragon. Where did you even come from?
What do you mean, where did I come from? I flew all the way here to you. Well, I moved between the planes a tiny little bit, and then I flew the rest of the way to you. You've always wanted to have a dragon of your very own, haven't you? Who wouldn't want their own dragon companion?
If I ever met someone who doesn't want a dragon of their very own, I'd be happy to keep my distance. They clearly have a few screws loose.
That's what I'm saying.
So you don't like Drezen very much?
It's not that I don't like it. You can have fun here too. But I like my home in Elysium more. That makes sense though. After all, we're fighting the demons, and they make everything around them dull and nasty. But you're going to stop them soon, right?
The little dragon frowns comically.
Oh, speaking of demons and fighting, you really need to head out this beautiful ridge outside Drezen as fast as you can. Your friends are waiting for you there. There's something urgent and important they need to tell you.
What friends?
They're so nice. They were really happy to see me. They really want to see you. I only flew past them once, so I don't know much, but it must be important.
Boy, I wonder what's waiting for me this time.
Something really fun. You'll see.
Oh yeah, we're going to be spending the entire rest of the session just checking up on everything in this fucking city. Oh, Ivu, you may as well come along.
Can't make the demons wait.
Alright, we need to check everything because I know there's like random items scattered around. There's all sorts of things that can show up here. We're gonna have to do just a once-over of the whole of Drezen, basically. Okay, there's nothing here. I think... Did that say Ulbrich is here? Surprised that he stays in the Citadel. I would have expected him to be in the tavern or something. I'll be with you in a moment, Ulbrich.
Let's see what we can do.
Just want to make sure there's nothing else up here. Okay, I'm good. Ulbrich, how you doing? Oh, no updates on you. Okay, well, don't worry. We're going to be going to a Sarkorian settlement soon. I'm sure you'll be very happy. Oh, I hate how the camera moves when you try to move it over top of buildings.
I can handle it.
No, nothing here. Nothing here. Gotta check in on everybody. Peasants and nobles and citizens.
The demons wait.
Technically, Drezen should be mainly a military camp, but I'm not surprised that they also brought in a lot of people with them to keep all the logistics running. Citizen, peasant, noble. Darren, you got anything to say to me, buddy? You know what? Darren asked, not even bothering to greet you properly. I've noticed a certain cyclical pattern in my life ever since I met you. First, something happens that leaves me positively intrigued. Then I descend into the depths of fear and anger. And then, just as I start to think that it's not so bad, the curiosity comes back, and then something even more dreadful occurs. The demons attacking my home, the city around it, unpleasant enough already. But I thought I could compensate for that by striking up a curious acquaintance and making some new experiences. Then my dearest cousin threw me right into the middle of the Fifth Crusade. And just when I started to see some positives in my current situation, gargoyles kidnapped me. The slaughter in Drezen, following my triumphant rescue, effectively put a very spark of optimism that I had managed to gather. Now the city's in our hands again, and it's getting more and more tolerable to stay here. I feel surprisingly good. I'm even beginning to find the city rather enjoyable. Which brings me to one very reasonable question. What is the next outrageous and dangerous mess you're going to pull me into? I have a couple more perilous trials and insurmountable challenges just in store for you and the rest of our team. Does that list include the ordeal known as the trial of the cold oatmeal? If not, then there's nothing to be afraid of. And if you think I've shown you my weak spot, you're wrong. It's deliberate misinformation. Good for you, Darren.
Let's see what we can do.
Who else is around here? What even is this house? Just random house? Yep, random house. What is this? Prodigal sons, don't care.
Here we go.
Can't get anything there. There's some cooking ingredients, more cooking ingredients, and some more cooking ingredients. Thank you, game. So going off my experience, so I don't have the book open, when you take Drezen, you start using kingdom building rules and assign party members and NPCs to the kingdom roles. Makes sense, with Irbet as the overlord. I imagine if she's dead or something else, someone else can be overlord. Drezen basically becomes your staging point for all of Book 3, a lot like how it is here. Yeah, Book 3 is kind of when the game properly opens up. Anything from you, Camellia? Nope, nothing there. What
Make the demons wait.
Why my character did that? Okay, apparently we can't walk there. Alright, so that's that side taken care of. There is a jewelry and arcane weaver here. Leona, welcome. A little adorable dragon thing. Jewelry tree. Let me see here. Let's see what you've got. Amulets of mighty. So what do we have, right? We've got about 110,000 gold. Actually, no. I want to find a generic blacksmith to sell all this to, so we're not cluttering up other people's inventories. Also, what did she give me again? She gave me the Ring of the Natural Born Commander, a +3 insight bonus on all persuasion skill checks. Very nice. Okay, so let me see here. Mighty Fists, Last Amulet of Clarity, +2 to DC for all saving throws against mind-affecting abilities used by the wielder. Also grants a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against mind-affecting abilities. Good. +5 competency bonus on persuasion checks. It grants their companions a +1 morale bonus on all skill checks. That's not bad. Mind Master's Eyes. This glasses increase the save DC of enchantment spells cast by the wearer by 2. Braces of armor +5. Goggles of pure sight. Allows the wearer to take a natural 20 on their next dispel magic attempt once per day. Also grants a +1 bonus to cast level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Ooh, that's very nice. Amulet of Natural Armor, Rings of Protection, Phylacteries of Positive Channeling, Diamonds, and more generic equipment. Okay. And then what does the Arcane Weaver have? We got various Pearls of Power for more stuff. Shirt of the Blazing Fighter. Grants a +5 competency bonus to athletic skill check and fire resistance 30. Okay. More pearls of power, robe of order, which I do remember. This is a piece of equipment you get for land, which is basically purpose built for him. Yeah, if the wearer has a key pool, the robe increases by 2. If they're lawful alignment, they get +2 bonus on attack rolls against all chaotic enemies. Can only be rolled by monks. Thick pelt cloak, +2, grants the wearer immunity to fire. Okay, living flame. Whenever the wearer of this cloak channels energy to harm the undead for the next 2 rounds, they also become surrounded by a fire shield that deals damage to attacks. Source of dividing power, uses a divine power to summon a creature. They can choose to give those creatures attacks either holy or unholy. Gloves of dueling. The wearer has the weapon trading ability, and wielding a weapon gives a bonus 2, increases by +2. Definitely good. +3 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls whenever the wearer is polymorphed. That's going to get bought and put on Old Brig. Celestial protection. +5 resistance bonus against demons, and a +5 competency bonus on Lord Religion. Gloves of the Ambassador. Competency bonus to persuasion chill checks, and a +2 enhancement bonus to charisma. Wand of Dragon's Breath, Cloak of Resistance, some more generic stuff. Lesser Gloves of Dueling, which is the same thing. Bonus increases by +1. A whole, oh dear, a whole bunch of spell scroll. It's going to be just spells. Yep, it's just spell scrolls, spell scrolls, spell scrolls and wands, spell scrolls and wands, spell scrolls and wands, spell scrolls and wands. Jesus Christ. All right. Definitely some more stuff that we'll need to start saving up money to buy in bulk eventually. What is this?
Beautiful.
The exotic weapons provided. What do they have? Torag's Wrath, a Dwarven Urgrosh. +2 Radiant Dwarven Urgrosh. Whenever it crits, it deals 4d6 holy damage. Nature's Agony is a Sling Staff. The Mighty Blow of Good is a Fauchard. +2 Evil Outsider Bane Fauchard. If they have good alignment, this Fauchard grants them a +3 bonus on damage rolls against not-good creatures and becomes good aligned. Axiomatic Ghost Touch Nunchaku, Bleed Kamas, Heartseeker Falcatas, Thundering Burst Dueling Swords, and a bunch of generic versions.
Let's see what we can do.
There's our blacksmith. Or wait, do you have... Are you just... No, you do have some specialized stuff. Okay. The Dissector. +3 Bardiche with 2d6 slashing damage against bleeding or helpless enemies. Tight Grip of Anguish, which is a short spear. Powerful Pummel. Causes enemies to be knocked prone. Trident can summon a large water elemental. The Ancient Root is a caustic club that summons a huge earth elemental when you kill an enemy. That's nice. Chaotic Outsider Bane, Icy Burst, Javelin +1. Okay. Jesus Christ. Apparently we needed all of that description on there. Tyranny of the Mind. I think this is included. I think this took in longbow. Yes, we did sell some of this here, didn't we? Yes, okay. So this is including the stuff that we sold to the blacksmith in our camp. So we can still use this as our selling generic shit to person because he still has, yeah, he still has all of it. He still has all of it. All right, this is who we're bulk selling to. Just need to remember that at all times. So let's go ahead and start with everything down here. Do not sell Radiance. No. Let's just go ahead and sell off all these masterwork pieces of equipment that we don't need. Evil Outsider Bane Spear for two-handed. Nobody uses that. Kama. Nobody uses that. Bastard Sword. Nobody uses that. Axiomatic Quarterstaff. No one's really going to use that. Agile Dagger. Nope. Rabid Underdog. Nope. Tender Touch. That will, I think, be an upgrade for Camellia. I think. Headcracker. Nobody uses a mace. Herald of Pain. Nobody uses a dueling sword. Quick Death. It is a throwing weapon. I'll consider it. Holy Light Crossbow. So Holy is... Makes the weapon good aligned in this bypassing corresponding damage reduction. Deals 2d6 points of damage against creatures of evil alignment. Okay, so that would be better. It's only a +1, but that still would be better damage-wise than most of our other sidearm pieces. Half plate we don't need. Breastplate +1 we don't need. Full plate +1 we don't need. Tower shield we don't need. I don't think anybody needs a mithril chainmail. That leaves those. Don't want to sell any of that just yet. Where are those books? Sell off the extra books. We don't need those. Why is that? Solomar. Oh, we need to give that to Irbeth. Right. Alright, well, Galfrey's gone, so there's no point in holding onto that letter that we found. There we go. 55,000 additional gold. which is good because I'm pretty sure we're going to have to spend a lot of that to hire Greyboy. Well, sir, did you get anything yet? You're going to be managing the fortress now. Absolutely not, Commander. The quartermaster throws up his hands. Not in a million years. I can manage an expedition just fine, but running an entire fortress is a different kettle of fish. There's enough work to make a man's head explode, which is why they've already sent us an expert from Nerosian. Her name is Dorgalinda, Stranglehold. I can see how she handles things. She knows what she's about. That one, Iomade bless her. She'll be managing your fortress, and I'm just taking care of the soldiers, just like I've been doing. All right. Oh, I did want to see if he has anything new. The Planar Hunter. +3 Outsider Bane Brilliant Energy Crossbow. Okay. Gleaming Banded Armor. Fire Resistance 30, Immunity to Sleep, Electricity, and Paralysis. Holy Speed Composite Shortbow. Black Dragon's Fang. Icy Burst. Whatever, Mashinka. Quiver of Sacred Vengeance. The owner of this quiver can use it to shoot 30 units of ammunition. The ammunition hits the first enemy as well as 2 additional enemies, each of which must be within 15 feet of the target. It deals an additional 1d6 points of holy damage. Not bad. Not bad. Best find the loot you're ready to sell. A lot of good stuff on sale now. Wait, like some of this stuff goes away? Why would it go away? Spun from Comb Cotton, the simple Sorcerer's Ground grants its wearer a +2 resistance bonus on all saving throws and a +2 competency bonus on our persuasion checks. When worn by an arcane caster, these bonuses double. Boots of the Battle Herald, made of fine white leather, tooled with scenes of epic battles. The wearer is under the constant effect of a greater heroism spell. Oh, that's pretty good. +4 enhancement bonus to strength, ability to ignore difficult terrain. Once per day on command, the wearer can spew a 50-foot cone of poisonous green gas as a breath weapon. Okay. White Sweep, Ceremony of Falcata, Lethal Squall, Ruse, Blade of Order. Yep, we've read all that. There's another Bag of Holding for 25,000. That'll add another 200 pounds to our combined inventory. Jinx is a falchion. Heavy Shield of Innate Trust. Will of the Disciple. Heat of Battle, Bug Crusher, Jagged Tooth, Scimitar, and then we get down into the generic stuff for the most part. Bracers of Rough Landing, +2 competency bonus to AC attack and damage rolls against flying enemies. That's not the worst. Belt of Giant Strength, Dawn of Life, Necromancer Staff. +3 enhancement bonus to the weapons of monsters summoned by the wielder using Animate Dead and Create Undead. Okay, well, if we were a Lich, that would be great. And there's, yeah, this is some of the stuff that he had before. I think it's now just generic stuff afterwards. These boots grant their wearer the ability to make 2 additional attacks of opportunity per round. Not bad, not bad. Hello, that is a recipe. I'll take that. I don't think there's anything else that he's got. Nope. All right. Give me that. There we go. No. Copy recipe. There we go. All right. Let's keep moving. We got to finish exploring everything in here first. Because we're, as I said, we're probably going to be in Drezen for the rest of the session today. There's too much shit to do here. I don't think there's anything else here. There is a big old square over here for no reason. Reinvigorate the land. Oh, is this one of the Azada mechanics? I think it is. Right, we can do this in certain areas, and it basically changes how we're literally bringing life back to the world mood, which I do feel is very cool. Like, I do like that. Like, yeah, and it spreads. Like, look at this. It literally has added, like, greenery to an entire quarter of the city. Oh, if you have the time, might be worth revisiting Krennic so you could... Yeah. We that's another thing to do. Okay, so that should be... Ulster Arms, Exotic what? Yep, we talked to all them. We were in here. We checked out all this. Okay, so now we can head out to the outer area.
Let's see what we can do.
Oh, wait. What was that? Names of great crusaders and their closest companions are commemorated on this wall. I'm assuming this is Oh, wait, no. Nothing is known about them apart from their name. Oh, this is Patreon stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it's definitely. Yep. And people who have done Let's Plays of the game. Carnage, fearless researcher from Numeria who joined the Crusade and fought against the demons using mysterious Numerian weaponry. RPG Codex, a group of army archaeologists who scoured underground trays for traces of Sarkorians in the lands captured by demons. Jurnau, noted explorer and cartographer of Sarkoris who identified many small towns and villages. His detailed maps helped the Crusaders secure their first victories in unknown territory. James Jones. Yeah, this, okay, I at least gotta, oh yeah, great blacksmith. So these are other people in, these are various Patreon, or not Patreon, but like Kickstarter tiers, I'm guessing. Oh, that's cool. I do like that. Great houses of Brevoy renounced his claim to the throne and joined the Crusade. Sorcerer of Cheliac, specializing in summoning magic. While no match for the demonic hordes on the battlefield, he summoned imps from widely used on Crusader scouting missions. Tom Nai, mysterious scientist and trader of Tianjia. Anonymous, a researcher translator of the Kobold language who inspired the entire Kobold race to join the Crusade. I mean, that doesn't seem quite right. I don't see any kobolds around here, but that is kind of hilarious. Martin Patzlet, originally quoted the historian of the Elven people who set aside his book and picked up a sword to fight against demons. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty... Oh, God, there's more of them. Oh, God, there's so many... Oh, God, there's so many more of them. Okay, I'm assuming these are all just... Yeah, these are all just... Okay. These are all just the names. Jesus Christ. Good on you, Alcat. Good on you. Good job, buddies. All right, now. Where are we over here? Let's head over this way. Yep, peasants. Nobody I need to talk to here. Forn, are you still hunting for your enemy? Yes, you are. Nothing you can update me on there. And then if I recall... Oh, there's some supplies back here. Jubilost's book. Nice, always good to see that. Some food supplies. Cleansing materials, more food supplies, and more alchemy supplies.
Beautiful.
Phi, the tavern keeper. The boy sitting on the counter looks to be around 18. He salutes you with dignity, though his eyes scarcely rise from the tavern's ledger. Knight Commander in my establishment, what an honor. Name's Phi Kaito, the owner of the Half Measure. How should I address you? I ask because some don't like undue familiarity, while others scoff at the tediousness of ceremony and titles. You can call me by my name, Phi, as long as I'm here, not on business. Deal. I know your name, of course. Who in Drezen doesn't? So what can I do for you? Wine, a meal, a heart-to-heart talk? Let me start with what you have on offer. Right, he also has items. I forgot about this. Keen axiomatic dart, which actually would be a really good throwing weapon, because it is axiomatic. Ghost touch igniting short sword. The goggles of Malocchio. Plus 10 competency bonus on perception checks. Whenever the wearer confirms a critical hit with any bow, the target becomes disoriented for 1d4 rounds, suffering a -4 circumstance penalty to initiative checks, attack rolls, athletics, and perception, which is very nice. He has a whole bunch of potions. We'll also take the mulled wine, thank you, as well as some spell and alchemy components. Thank you. All right, what else? And how is it that such a young lad comes to own a tavern? Well, before the siege of Drezen, the Half Measure belonged to a distant relative. I won't bore you with the details of how his family died. Just 3 words. Demon worshippers and sacrifice should be enough. Now that the city's been liberated, the authorities in Iomede's church should be returning what remains to the lawful heirs of the deceased. They take these things seriously, Mendev. Phi suddenly slaps himself on the forehead. Oh, we started talking about the inn and I remembered. Wanted to thank you for personally defeating the demon in this very tavern where the city was liberated. Without you, who knows how many glasses he would have smashed before the Crusaders got around to him. So please, accept my thanks from the bottom of my heart. 15,000 gold. Thank you. The Half Measure seems a strange name for a tavern. Oh, that's a family story, if not for the faint-hearted. But you're not one of those, are you? One day before the wardstones were erected, a peasant family got lost on their way to the fair and ended up near the borders of the Whirlwind. They stumbled upon a bored demon who killed the father right away. He then asked the mother if she'd prefer him to take all their children, or only half of them. The sobbing woman looked at her 3 darlings and said half. The demon promptly cut the arms and legs off of all 3 children and said, "Guess that's even," and disappeared. People across Drezen heard the story after the family found shelter at the local temple of Iomade. For many years, they saved up for a regeneration spell so the children would be made whole again. They eventually scraped together enough for just 1 scroll and decided to give the youngest child a second chance at life. He became the tavern's first owner and called it the Half Measure in memory of his family and the terrible incident with the demon. Had a good life for a time, got himself married, always planned to keep his brother, to help his brother and sister, but never got the proper chance. When the demons finally invaded Drezen, had Drezen surrounded, the poor cripples tried to run for their lives, but they died on the spot. The brother and his wife died a little later at the hands of deserters. There were rumors that the same demon that butchered the family came to Drezen and made a den in the half measure. If that's true, then I guess he got what he deserved when he freed the city. And that's the story. Fi shrugs pensively. Yeah, it's a pretty dark fucking story. Why are you sitting on the counter? 2 reasons, Fi says seriously. Drezen ain't the biggest city, but it still has a few taverns and pubs to compete with the others. I needed people to remember my establishment and myself. That's the first reason. Tavern keeper who sits on the counter definitely sticks out from others who prefer to stand behind the bars all dignified. Believe me, you're not the first one to ask. Sooner or later, every customer does. The second reason is the place's atmosphere. People should feel relaxed here. Life near the world moon's hard enough as it is. Folks don't go to taverns looking to cause each other more trouble. So I allow certain liberties, myself included. I've even thinking of hosting an invigorating brawl here on the 5th of every month. Let my favorite customers break a few glasses and swing on the chandelier. How's the feeling in the city in general? I can only tell you about my customers. They were mostly working folk, the one who are rebuilding what's been destroyed, along with some of the soldiers and some merchants. Spirits are high, as high as they can be in Mendev, a nation of rattling sabers and flittering banners. Everybody loves it when the demons get their horns, tails, and other parts handed to them on their ass. But everybody's forgotten what we already lost in Canabras. Wars like that, people live for one day and the day is tomorrow, not yesterday. We've had a source of joy and inspiration for everyone as well. Simple lad, leading the fight against demons and defeating them, running rings around all the arrogant queen knights. People like stories like that. Alright, glad to hear that I'm a source of hope and inspiration. You know what my mother used to say back when she was alive? Little smiles grow into big victories, so I'll drink to that. Another round on the house. And what do your customers say about my abilities? They talk about you so much that you can fill a hefty tome with theories about your birth alone. That you're the new herald of Desna. Perhaps you're even her son. You were born under a beautiful flower. You fell to Galarian with the fallen stars of Numeria. The earth blossoms under your feet and water turns to ale. Incidentally, if that last one is true, please do not perform that miracle too often. You'll drive down our prices. Forgive me, but your little dragon, though, has caused a stir among the townsfolk. She keeps poking her nose in everywhere. Recently found her in one of our pickle barrels, and she scolded me for keeping yucky things in the basement instead of goodies. I don't really mind. Small and relatively harmless dragons attract customers, and they cause not excessive amount of damage. Alright. Stop sticking your nose where it don't belong, Ivu. At least be be reasonable about it. Greyboar.
How can I help you?
Before you stands the dwarf. He has a stern and rugged features and looks to be well armed. He fills his pipe with tobacco from Garund, lights it, and blows out a small cloud of smoke. Finally, he addresses you in a deep and dignified voice. We already met in Canabras, didn't we?
Yes, I had a contract to assassinate a rather overconfident demon named Kylus there. I guess that counts as participation in the siege of Canabras. Not that my employer had any interest in the actual outcome of the battle. Come to think of it, the information my client provided me with was almost suspiciously accurate. They seemed to be aware both of the impending attack on Canabras and of the fact that Kylus was going to be there.
Then there was, of course, the fact that you fought that huge demon at the Battle of Drezen. Any information on that?
Yes, that was a failure. It was supposed to be a clean job. An anonymous client, a worthy target, a substantial fee. But the client insisted that I use an enchanted dagger they provided. I was assured that a single hit would be enough to finish the job, but it didn't work as expected. It was a serious blow to my reputation. And my reputation is everything to me.
Well, we've already met twice, and you still really haven't told me much about you, so who are you?
Don't you remember our last meeting?
I do, but you provided no answers.
The name is Greyboar. I'm an assassin for hire. But I suspect you're not here for small talk. Are you in need of my services?
Bit of an edgelord. That's kind of a mandatory requirement to be an assassin. Like, to actually be one in Pathfinder, you kind of have to be. I mean, it's various degrees of edgelord, but on the one end, you have people like Greyboar who are just kind of reputation is everything, sit in a corner of a bar kind of edgelord. And on the other side, you have the Red Mantis assassins who are full-blown, the world must understand our suffering as we bring pain and torment to those who we have been hired to kill, and all that shit. 90, welcome. What if I wanted to hire you for a dragon hunt?
A large adult female? The one that's been snatching people and carrying them off? I've heard about her. That's an impressive target. I can take this job, but only if we do it soon. I'm expecting a new assignment from my regular client, and I'll have to leave as soon as I have the orders. And of course, you should know that this dragon will not come cheaply. 2,500 gold, paid in advance.
Sorry that I was late. Needed to kick Minago's ass at the top of the Great Garrison. Perfectly understandable reason, 90. Red Mantis are more like consummate professionals. Yes, but they do have the whole religious killers angle too. Because if I remember correctly, they're basically cleric. Well, they're not clerics, but they are like a religious order of assassins. Also, I swear this used to be way higher. I'm pretty sure when this game came out, it was 10 times this. You had to pay him a shit ton of money to join you early. Like a staggering amount of money to join you early. 2,500. I'll pay.
Excellent. Let's get down to business. It's no easy thing to take down a dragon when you don't have wings, so you'll need to follow my lead. The best thing would be to catch her by surprise in her lair, but we need to find it first. Of course, since she doesn't leave tracks, that might be tricky, but I think I have a solution. We need to go west of Drezen, to the Grimwood Forest. The dragon's been seen there often. According to the scouts, this is likely because there's still some wild game left in those parts. We'll set up an ambush there.
Isn't 2,500 gold like one magical item that you will now find more than you find potatoes in Ireland? Yeah, pretty much. Again, I swear when this game first came out and I played through up to Act 3, I swear to God, his original asking price was 50,000 gold. And you could talk him down to 25,000. But it was way higher than 2,500. I swear I'm not, I don't think I'm making that up. I swear it was a hell of a lot higher. They do have some edge to them. In Curse of the Crimson Throne, they're the antagonists. Two of them are mother and daughter. The daughter just like killing at first, so the mother put a Gios on her to kill a living thing every week, or something like that. When we caught her and learned this, we'd let her go. She became a pacifist after a swashbuckler 1v wonder. She also killed the lictor of the Order of the Nail the same night. Crazy shit. That's for permanent hiring. Oh.
I hope I can rely on your honesty. I understand that on our way to the dragon, there may be other fights or places we need to visit for various reasons. That's to be expected. However, should I see that you are deliberately delaying the contract, or that you are dragging me off to assault some demon citadel instead of going after the dragon, we will have to revise the terms of our agreement.
Swashbuckler would just do shit successfully. It was wild. I mean, given that the Swashbuckler, is that a bard or a rogue subclass in Pathfinder? I can't remember. Regardless, it's very much the case of, yeah, of course, the Swashbuckler of all people would just do shit. All right, well, we have Greybor on our team for right now. We will get him handled later. We just need to have him so that we can start working on his quest and get him. I think he's the only one else in here. Yep. All right, we still got more stuff around Drezen to check up on. Yep, got Thorn on him Haze. Let's go in here. All right, this is the jewelry shop, but the guy who owns it isn't here. Welcome to the shop of Derek Sunhammer, the finest jewelry in all of Mendev. True artistry crafted by the master himself and his apprentices. Take your look. Now, if I remember correctly, most of his stuff isn't actually... Yeah, it's mostly just generic buffing items. Oh, price, wait. Doi. That's stupid. There is the Derek Sunhammer jewelry, which is just 25,000 for nothing. It is literally nothing. When you chase the dragon in earnest, make sure you have plenty of gold to permanently hire Greybor. Yes, I know. We have 177,000 right now, so we are doing okay on that. But yes, I am well aware you do not want to, you don't want to lose the chance to keep him in your party properly. But I also know that aside, now the first encounter with the dragon, if I recall correctly, can kind of happen just whenever. Just eventually take Greybor out there as long as it hasn't been too long. But the second encounter requires you to quickly track it down and actually take on a fucking dragon, which can be a bit much, even with mythic powers. A shorter, chubby tiefling with a gold eye patch spits chewing tobacco between his feet and takes another pinch from a tobacco box adorned with jewels. Fine day to you, Commander. Welcome to the One-Eyed Devil's trading house. His proud manner suggests that each word begins with a capital letter, and perhaps even continues in capital letters as well. The trading house. I just see a shop. That depends. There was a time when I had nothing but holes in my pockets but holes. Did I consider myself poor? No. I was a rich man who was just down on his luck. Optimism is important, not just on the battlefield, Commander. You're the leader of a victorious army that will soon be chopping all the demons into mincemeat. I am the owner of a small trade empire, which, as you can see, is only just starting to grow. I mean, you have Best Dragon near you, so ask Ivu to talk in your name. How did a tiefling end up here on the side of the Crusaders? The answer's simple. The simplest thing there is. This is a good world, and I like living in it. It's the only one we've got. I'd love to know what's going on in the head of the dimwits who are hoping the demons destroy it. My best guess is that their horns grow inwards, and there's no room for their brains. I am from Cheliax. Tieflings don't surprise anyone there, and they don't like demons any more than we do here. Why should they? The gods sent all that trouble of creating the worlds. Even Lord Asmodeus and his devils aided in the construction. Now these freeloaders show up after all the hard work is done just to gorge and break things. Doesn't matter who you pray to. If you want to live, it's your duty to aid the Crusades. Yep. Known as the King of Hell, the Master of Witches, the Prince of Law, is the most powerful of the 9 archdevils and the only one to claim full divinity. It is he who is credited with penning the contract of creation, which his followers believe is hidden the means for his patron's rise to supremacy. Yep. Isn't that a risky name for a store for Crusaders? Ah, yes, a week doesn't go by without some dimwit boiling over. They don't pay me to explain the difference between allies and enemies, devils and demons. Lord Asmodeus and all the riffraff like Baphomet and Discari, they can all hang. The tiefling spits between his feet once more and swiftly places another pinch of chewing tobacco in his mouth. Here's what I think. If you like it, you buy it. If you don't like it, keep moving. If you're spoiling for a fight, take yourself to the tavern. There's no point. I don't know why games feel the need to include questions like this. Asmodeus is typically referred to as a devil god instead of an archdevil. Yeah. What happened to your eye? Ah, should I make a story about a heroic fight with a horde of demons? Truth be told, this is how it happened. Back when I was a snot-nosed brat, I just opened my first business selling pies on the street. Local lads took notice of me and offered me protection in return for a small share of the profits. The usual, you know, but I was young, inexperienced, and greedy. I told them to bugger off. Well, they caught me and taught me a lesson just a day later. They took it too far, though. I paid for the lesson with my eye, not just bumps and bruises. It is funny to remember it now, but back then, while it was happening, I was just so scared. I was convinced they were going to beat me to death. I remember I came home running and in tears. My mother just started screaming. I don't even have a clue why. Then I looked in the mirror and saw that there were just shreds and mush where one of my eyes should be. I remember that lesson for my entire life. Ever since that day, when I would start a business, I would find a reliable business partner first. If I'd been born in a merchant family, my parents would have warned me about all this and plenty of other things too. But I was a poor lad, so I had to learn everything the hard way. It's a miracle how many times I escaped death by a hair's breadth. In fact, it's lucky all I lost was one eye. I can afford a new eye now, of course, but you know, I just can't find the time. It'll cost a tidy sum, and I don't want to take it out of the earnings. Besides, being the one-eyed devil is a big selling point for me. I'd be a fool to get my eye back, or they'd have to keep it hidden under a patch. What's the word on the street about my new powers? Do you have an opinion on them? People are saying bad things about you, Commander. To be clear, the speakers may not see everything bad in what they say, but I do. Some are claiming you're the chosen of Drezen, the most insignificant of all the goddesses. The only thing she knows how to do is flap her butterfly wings and meddle in the affairs of others. They also say, why am my brain getting confused here? They also say you're not a patch of the other Crusader leaders, and that you only accept absolutely anyone under your banner, former thief, goblin, kobold, a stump with eyes. And you've got yourself quite a troublesome pet. I can understand a serious battle dragon, oh, of course, but this misbegotten thing with dragonfly wings? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that, you son of a bitch? What do you mean by that? I forgot that they do describe Ivu as having dragonfly wings. I totally forgot about that. She gives you as much trouble as a flock of 100 sparrows, and what good does it do you? In my opinion, sir, it's bad business to associate with such creatures. I prefer devils myself. The terms are clearly laid out in the contract. He talking shit. He talking shit. Now I will ask him, why are your prices so high? We're saving the world from demons. You even said so yourself. That is some claim, good sir. Did you hear that, good people? My prices are perfectly fair. There's no higher than you'll find anywhere else. And second, who's saving who here? Are you prepared to eat bark and fight with rocks and sticks? I have open contracts with dozens of suppliers and can arrange deliveries to do whatever it takes to get you sharper weapons, better magical items, better food, and you're throwing the extra expense in my face. Oh, this is the thanks I get for honest work. Well, let me just see what you got, buddy. Thundering Scythe, Holy Rapier, Headband of Lurid Charisma +4, Adamantine Scale Mail, Infiltrator's Armor, nice. Expert Lockbit, which is a +10 bonus to Trickery, but it does cost 20,000 fucking gold. Chain Shirt Barding, Hide Barding, Haramaki, Apprentice Lockpick. Yeah, it's 10 times the cost of the Apprentice Lockpick. Fuck you. And a variety of other items that is there.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay, who else is around here? Horgus! Are you aware of the powers I've gained? People say a lot of things about you, Commander. They say that you can make the burnt soil of the world bloom with a touch. That your very image scares the demons and makes their strongholds crumble. They also say you pick your allies from among the rabble because it is your sacred duty to try and redeem them. Perhaps I put it too broadly, sir, but let me explain. People see your power, and they also see that you are different from the other, more righteous paladins. They see you as softer, brighter, if a bit frivolous, if I may. They say that you have little respect for the rules and restrictions, and that gives them food for thoughts. The Crusades have never had a commander like this before. What if not all the changes and people you brought here for the better? Given these sentiments, I'd be very careful if I were you. It's very easy to get carried away with your games and turn the army into a farce. All right, Horgus, I appreciate the honesty. Oh, we can go in here. I didn't even realize. Okay. Some supplies, some cleaning chemicals, some more supplies.
I can handle it.
Some random stuff. Got... Ow. Ow. Now. Try to use the apprentice pick. There we go. Oh, that was not worth it. That was not worth it at all. Oh, Crusade Chronicles. We already have that one? I think we do. Copy recipe. Wait, what? Oh, this is just the... Didn't we already get this one? I think we already got this one. No, it said you learned something notable from the book. What did we get? What did we get? History of the World Wound. Tome of the Mat. No. Where is it? Where is it? Crusade Chronicles. Oh, this book grants +10 hit points. Okay. Works for me.
Beautiful.
Oh, wait. There's something in here. There we go. Elemental Essence. I don't remember where the storyteller shows. I don't think he's here yet. Perception 23. Listen.
Got this one.
One old Kellid told me his brother, one old Kellid told this, my brothers and me. Okay. On his deathbed, and then he died, and no one knows but us. Well, I'm just gonna listen in then. What else? I know this is a sacred forest. They prayed in the meadow of the spirits. Okay, I don't know. Shamanic relics, you say? A big treasure. Sounds a bit like a lie. Everything was buried and carried, was collected, carried away, and buried in that cave. Scouts say a bear lives in this forest, a terrible one, and there must be a magic guard in the cave. Okay.
Let's see what we can
That's why we suggest you come with us. We'll split the treasures equally. Okay, come on. Are you done now? How much more of this conversation do we have? We good? All right.
Here we go.
Nothing in here. Nothing in here. There is something in here, though. Oh. And Nenio, I forgot Nenio was in it. This is why I never talk to Nenio most of the time, because I forget that she's in here. All the other companions are either out in the street or in the Citadel, and fucking Nenio is just in a random tavern inn. Oh. The experiment. Nenio gestures excitedly. I will need supplies for this one. Boy, please bring me a bottle of alcohol. Any will do. And please hurry. Science cannot wait. Why do you need a bottle of alcohol? I've already told you it's for an experiment. Now hurry up and bring it to me. What kind of experiment? That would be an experiment of a personal nature. Nenio seems sheepish. But no less exciting for that, mark my words. Here, bottle of alcohol. Her being in a tavern and forgotten is the best fate for her. I wouldn't go that far, 90, but... It's still kind of annoying because it always makes me have to go out of my way to talk to her, which makes me not want to talk to her because I have to go out of my way. Nenio snatches the bottle out of your hands and stares at it with all the covetousness of a seasoned alcoholic. Here it is, my path to learning the true values of humanity from the perspective of the lowliest man on the street. She produces a corkscrew from her sleeve and looks at it in bafflement, then at the bottle, then at the corkscrew again, after which she hands the bottle back to you. Please open it. The experiment definitely won't work if we don't open it. Do you always carry a corkscrew up your sleeve? Don't be preposterous, but I am always meticulous when it comes to preparing for my experiments. I plan for every eventuality. Nenio sighs. Alright, I admit that's not true, but I have totally prepared for this particular experiment. And what is the experiment about? I'm taking a huge risk with this experiment, putting my reputation, my good name, and even my future on the line. With the help of this bottle, I will lower myself to the level of the average man on the street, and I will try to understand the mentality of someone wholly devoid of intelligence. You surely know, maybe even from personal experience, that alcohol dampens mental activity and is a catalyst for stupidity. Like a brain with mine, alcohol is the only way to find out what it feels like to be an idiot. You're talking as if you've never tried alcohol before. I haven't, and never saw the point in it. So you're asking me to be your drinking buddy? Not at all. I will do the drinking alone. Your role in this experiment will include standing there and providing me with a visible reaction to my inevitable, temporary degradation. Fine. Let's get this over with. Very well, let us begin. With the steely resolve of a warrior going to his last battle, Nenio takes a massive gulp straight from the bottle. Ah! Ugh! Oof! Oh, that's disgusting! After she overcomes the urge to vomit, she looks at you with teary eyes. How do you all drink this? Nenio, my dear, someone claimed that you're an idiot and others are intelligent. Yeah. I'm doing this for the sake of science. And with another gulp. Oh, okay, that should be enough. Am I stupid yet? Quick, ask me something smart. How many heroic acts did Iomade perform? 11, of course. She did all manner of things, turned her cloak into a bridge, created a powerful artifact out of nowhere using her broken sword to bid a prayer, and even asked some undead, talked some undead into throwing themselves upon his sword. Did you know that if you question the authenticity of these acts in the center of Iomede's Cathedral in Narrowson, you get a boot-shaped bruise right in your lower back? Huh. It would seem that I am not drunk enough yet. Nenio takes another massive swig from the bottle. Alright. It seems to be working. Now I need to come up with an idea right now. I usually have a ton of ideas. Let me see now. Dascari and Baphomet. Their anti-Crusader alliance is not effective enough. They need to unite their forces on a physical level. Baphomet needs to mount Dascari and ride him into battle 2-on-1. Yes, this experiment was successful. I am definitely drunk. She takes another massive gulp from the bottle to further confirm her condition. So, how does it feel to be drunk from a scientific point of view? Terrific! I have definitely become more stupid. More than that, I'm as dumb as a buck of rocks, and right now I don't give a rat's ass about science. I think I've got it. That's how men on the street see science. They don't give a rat's ass about it. There's some fan art of that idea. If I remember correctly, it also shows up in the trickster path in the game. Who cares how many heroic acts Iomade performed? 1 million or not one? Iomade is over there. Nenio gives a vague wave of her hand, and the bottle is right here, where it belongs. Are you satisfied? Incredibly. My intellect never stood a chance against the entirety of this alcohol. And what is most striking, it doesn't bother me. It feels like all the thoughts in my head just went poof and disappeared. My thirst for knowledge, my desire to prove myself, they're all gone. My mind is calm. It's actually a little frightening. I simply must describe this condition for my encyclopedia, but I'll get to that later. I don't feel like doing it now. Not Dascari though. Obnoxious. Yeah, a little bit. That's kind of the point, Tenwin. You're not going to start drinking like a fish from now on, are you? Of course not. How could you think that of me? First, the greatest scientist of modern times. Nenio licks her lips with intense concentration. Fine, maybe a little bit sometimes. No more than once per year, and only if no one sees me. I have a reputation to maintain. Okay. Now what? That's it for now. The experiment was a success. Just a moment, and I'll... Nenio stares at you with glazed eyes, shakes her head, and exhales loudly. When she meets your gaze again, her eyes are crystal clear. All right, I'm fine now. What was that? If you take the trickster path and talk to Sakabanath, you learn that there are demon lords that Baphomet mounts, not discard them. Oh. I mean, I'm not surprised. They're demon lords. Are we really? Didn't he get with Lamashtu at one point or something? In fact, what demon lord that has male genitalia hasn't gotten with Lamashtu at one point or another? What was what? A moment ago you were drunk as a skunk, and now you're all of a sudden you're stone cold sober. Is that so? Nenio looks down at the bottle in her hand, thoughtfully licks her lips, then nods. It seems that is indeed what happened. Clearly, I decided to forget the incident entirely because I no longer need this information. What I need now is to write an article for the encyclopedia about the influence that alcohol has on an individual's mind. You can just forget you were drunk and sober up instantly. I have simply blocked the deleterious effect of alcohol from my mind. To put it in basic terms, I just forgot I consumed alcohol. The mechanism is similar to the one that I used to get rid of irrelevant memories. It's not overly complicated, if you know how to do it. Your abilities are frightening and amazing, Nenio, and I'm horrified that I know you. What are you talking about? Okay, happy I could help. On behalf of all future generations, I formally thank you for your assistance in this momentous experiment.
I can handle it.
Which demon did not get with Lamashtu? Lamashtu, of course. She's the mother of monsters, 90, and I've been on the internet long enough to wonder if self-impregnation is definitely a thing for someone like her. Are you really telling me that a demon lord named Lamashtu wouldn't? He used to be Lamashtu's consort. Ah, he had to earn that favor by stealing from Asmodeus. He fails miserably, and Lamashtu disavows him. Asmodeus trusts him in the light. Right, that's part of his... That he and Lamashtu were cool after that. I mean, that sounds about on par for the demons, honestly. More people without names, just wandering around. Some artists. There. Who else is around? Nobles, peasants, peasants, nobles. Peasants, nobles, nobles. Socio. Nothing from you? Okay. What else? The prison. I don't think there's anybody hanging out in here. Nobles, crusaders, items. Nope, that's just a pile of hay, apparently. Ah, my nose.
I can handle it.
Okay. Doesn't look like we... Well, they've repaired the prison, but it doesn't look like we stuck anybody in it yet. It's a similar thing with Sakabanath. He's known for forming pacts with other demons and consummating them. He's only done this with Baphomet, which leads to exactly one question. Is it gay if you shapeshift yourself a vagina? I don't know, because now we're getting into, like, metaphysical, like, discussions, because demons technically don't need to have a... They don't... Most of them technically don't have a sex, and the ones that do tend to have the ability to change it at a whim, so... Who the fuck knows at this point? Oh, you guys actually don't have any... I'm surprised. I don't remember these guys actually being standing out and about here originally in the game, but maybe I'm just misremembering. Alright. Oh, there's Ember. Hi. Nope, no update on her either. I could have sworn there was more discussions here, but not. Citizens, is there anything up by the main gates? No. Two more sections of the city to check up on. Crusader, Sunrise Sword Archer.
Here we go.
Sela should be over here. Yep, there she is. Yep. Updating on you. These are all just regular dudes. Anything in the barracks? Baphomet, transform into Iomade. Oh, no, I think Sakabanath would say no simply because he knows that if he does, that's an invitation to a snuff film. I think he would know that that would be like, okay, no, Mr. Baphomet. That's not how you consummate a deal. That's how I end up getting killed in the process of it. I'm pretty sure he'd be like, nope. Absolutely not. That is one line I'm not going to cross it. And it wouldn't even be like out of sacrilege or anything. Sakabanath probably doesn't care, but it would definitely be a case of no, because the last thing I need is you doing a hate fuck routine and killing me in the process. Fuck that. Oh, we've seen that one, haven't we? Yeah, know thy enemy. If you think no is in Sakabanath's vocabulary, you don't know him. Are you seriously saying that he would be okay with being killed in the act and dying and thus getting nothing out of it? Because I somehow doubt that that would be a line he would not be willing to cross. I don't think he would be that crazy. Demon lords can come back after being killed, so yes. Oh, never mind that. Okay, yeah, never mind. He's fine then. Never mind. Forget what I said.
I can handle it.
I see we've managed to get the walls back up and running very easily, considering there used to be a giant hole here. Yep, this place has been sanctified and protected from the corruption of the abyss. Of course. Sela didn't have any updates. Arushale's over here, which means we can talk to her. Arsinoe, our cleric from Kingmaker. The city cleric, I should say. A woman in gold-embroidered cleric's robe greets you with a polite bow. Her eyes, the color of molten gold, gleam brightly in her dusky face. Greetings, Commander. I am Arsinoe and messenger of the temples of Abadar and Absalom. Here I came here assuming the defenders of the fortress could use the services of a proper cleric. Perhaps you've heard about the wound that opens on my chest occasionally. Are you familiar with this type of ailment? Arsinoe probes the front of your chest with the skill of an experienced healer. You claim the wound was right here, and then disappeared and reappeared. This is the first time I've heard of such magic. Do you have any theories? I think it would be some kind of demonic corruption of particles of chaos from the abyss having entered the wound into your body and made it unstable. It does sound quite interesting, incidentally. Judging from the records of researchers in the abyss, stranger things have happened in this cursed place. Pokes your chest with a stake, basically. Could you give me some advice on how to heal it? I'm sure that you already used the purification and chaos warding spells common to our people, and for obvious reasons you do not have the option of leading the campaign and going on long pilgrimage to the many shrines. Since that's the case, I would suggest the keeping of a diary. Make careful and systemic entries of your well-being. Should anything of it get worse, record the circumstances in which it happens. I'm afraid that's the only advice I can offer right now, Commander. Fun fact, Sakabanath is Nocticula's sibling, and recently, at least in the context of Immortals, he tried to supersede her in a coup. He failed miserably, was left broken and beaten in front of the Cathedral Thelamek. That was his realm. The event made a lot of his demon allies pull out of their alliance of him for fear of earning Nocticula's ire. I mean, the fact that she even left him alive sounds like she has to hold some level of respect for her sibling. Though probably not much. And if you were to try and heal me? I'm sorry, but I simply do not have the right to do that. A healer who makes a blind attempt to heal a patient who is not on the verge of death is an irresponsible fool. You do not seem to be dying, so I will not take any unnecessary risks. And then we do have all of this to get through, but we'll get through that in a moment once the ad is done. You know the drill, get a drink, get a snack, do some stretches. I usually stretch during this and use the restroom. We'll be right back in a moment. All right, Asinaway, let's get right back into this. Use the help of the cleric. Let's see what you've got. I believe she inherits most of what, what's his name? The dude who got turned into a ghoul. She has most of this. But she also gets a couple of other things of her own as well. So we got the Pearls of Power, we got the Burned Ashwood. Allows you to cast the Burning Arc spell as a 5th level wizard. Oh, at will. That's nice. Hey! Hey, Phantom Ducky, welcome. My apologies. I just got back from our ad break and I didn't notice that you sent the message. Thank you. Welcome. We just finished Act 2, and so I'm having to do a lot of housekeeping in preparation for the next set of the game. Sigil of Creation uses their kinetic healer while trade. It also applies the effect of a restoration spell. That's nice. It's all good. Hopefully you had a great day, Phantom. Or Ducky. We'll go with Ducky. Hope you have a great day, Ducky. Hope you had a great weekend, too. I was very happy to have mine. Very relaxing. Yeah, she did inherit the Ring of Power, so we don't have to worry about that. Ring of Pyromania. Whenever this wearer of this ring deals fire damage through a spell, they deal an additional 1d6 plus 5 fire damage. They also gain a +2 bonus to caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Funnily enough, the +2 bonus to caster level might be enough to make this worthwhile for me, regardless, given the amount of times we have problems with fucking spell resistance. Half of a pair. Whenever two creatures are wearing different halves of this pendant within 10 feet of each other, they gain a +2 circumstance bonus on attack rolls and +2 circumstance bonus to AC. Nice. Red Salamander, which is just a bonus to fire spells in general. Just woke up, actually. Well, then I hope you slept well at the very least, and I hope you have a great breakfast and a great day. Battle Mage Headband. +2 to intelligence, +2 to charisma. Whenever the wearer of the headband lands a killing blow with a melee weapon, the next spell becomes empowered as though using the Empower spell feat. That would be amazing if I was playing a Gish build, but we're not. So, specialist belt, point of protection. Yep, this is all the stuff that he had before. Not much that I'm going to need to worry about. And then, yeah, burn dash with stats, so I don't think there's much else. Yep, just the regular stuff. Okay. And then a whole bunch of... Does have some additional rights, though. Alright. Can you tell me more about Abadar? Delighted to. Abaddon is the patron deity of law, trade, and the prosperity of cities. It teaches that law and order allow civilization to develop and keep people safe and wealthy. Iomedae and Abadar are allies, as Iomedae holds order and nobility above all else. It's hardly surprising to see so many mighty fortresses and wonderful cities in Mendev bloom under her blessing. And how did you end up in Drezen? My story has grown longer and longer over the years. It sadly never gets any more interesting. I was born and raised in Absalom. Soon I realized that bringing the word of Abadar to places where it's already been heard was too easy a challenge for a cleric such as I. I have traveled all across Galarian since then, watching civilization bring enlightenment to the wildest of places. This brings joy to my heart and makes me feel like I serve my God with my deeds and not just with my words. The tiny barony in the Stolen Lands that was my home for a very long time eventually turned into a strong and prosperous kingdom, and I felt that I had to go somewhere else and bring the blessing of Abadar to somewhere who really needed it. It will take quite a long time for Drezen to recover and become an unfailing stronghold once more, and I will do my best to help. You're a fellow Aasimar, if I'm not mistaken. I am, just as you are one yourself. Every time I meet another of our kind, it feels like meeting family. I look exactly like my great-great-grandmother, but I am the only one among my kind who have Aasimar blood manifest so visibly in the appearance. I have to admit that it's a very fortunate coincidence. My Aasimar features are rather appealing and make people trust me easily. This is a good quality to have for a priestess wishing to gather a congregation. What services do you provide? I can cast... It's the usual thing. I can cast spells while you're in town. I see that you've already consecrated the altar to Abadar. So I have, though before you ask me why I did this in a temple of Iomedae in Drezen, I will answer. Though my god is an ally of the Inheritor, some still prefer to pray and trust in Abadar instead of her. My humble altar is no worse at removing the corruption of the Abyss than the grandiose altar of the temple of Iomedae. Yep. I mean, it's perfectly understandable. Even with the various good gods all in alignment, you're still going to have people believe in one over the other occasionally. Place has been sanctified. It protects the area from the Abyss. Yup. I'm pretty sure there's nothing else in here, and you can't access any of the secret passages if you didn't already. Oh, hello. History of the World Wound. We've already gotten that one. I know that. We can try to lockpick this. Hey, and that was not worth it in the slightest. Fuck you, game.
Let's see what we can do.
1,000 gold lockpick to get a single mushroom. Fuck you. Axe of Iomedae. I don't think we have that one, actually. History of the War Wound. Axe of Iomedae. Go over here. Abilities. There we go. +1 competency bonus to save against disease and sickened effects. Nice. Again, I kind of wish these applied to the whole party, but at least they apply to somebody. Oh, dear God. Please don't disappoint me again. You disappointed me again. Why have I not learned? Why have I not learned? It wasn't worth it. It's never worth it. Speaking of which, actually, hold on. I completely forgot about this. There we go. Belt of physical form. So that will also get us up to a +6 of
Feel
constitution.
like the chosen one.
Oh, I
Here we
still have
go
not been
again.
counted as having rested, so I'm still at max
Can't make the
burn.
demons wait.
That's unfortunate. Wait, I'm at max burn,
Here all week.
but the game says that I'm also fully healed.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
That don't make no sense. The math not math. All right, we're gonna have to rest at some point then to get that handled. Okay, and Arushale, who we do have to actually talk to about everything. Arushale's ruby eyes stare watchfully at the passers-by who don't notice her even at arm's length. She turns to you, her face a mixture of contemplation, sadness, and admiration. They're amazing, aren't they? What are you doing out here? I'm watching. She nods at the silly dwellers as they hurry past, and I'm listening to their conversations and studying their faces and trying to understand what they truly are. Do you like to watch people? In my old life, I thought I knew everything about mortals. I was a master of seduction after all. I knew how to tempt a mortal into doing anything I wanted. I could trap them in a lie to myself and never get caught. Or lie myself and never get caught. It's disgusting to remember, but that was my life for centuries. Now I see that I knew nothing. A demon warrior probably considers himself an expert on mortals because he's killed so many of them. He certainly knows where to thrust a spear for a quick death and where to thrust it for a long and painful one, and he thinks that's enough. My knowledge was of the same kind. I ruined many mortals' lives without learning the first thing about who they actually were. Now I watch them to understand them. This won't give my victims back their old lives, of course, but growing closer to mortals is like I'm paying back some sort of debt to my victims' memories. And what have you learned? They love cats! Arushale speaks in a very serious manner as if sharing an important scientific discovery, but then a moment later she smiles to give the joke away. No, seriously, Arushale, congratulations. Wait until I introduce you to something called the internet, and you can find out just how much people like cats. Seriously, have you noticed anything? I don't want to draw any rash conclusions because I've only been watching for a short while, but I think I've understood one thing. We succubi have a saying. Mortals always lie. If a mortal isn't talking, it means they're busy lying to themselves. But now I see that aren't true. Many mortals aren't liars, they're dreamers. Each of you creates a huge daydream for yourself and everyone you share your life with. It wasn't exactly a lie because the daydream is your truth. I mean, that's a very interesting way of putting the idea of perception and personal experiences in the context of a literal outsider to the universe, or to the plane, I suppose. Do you think you're being a little bit creepy? What? The succubus blinks surprise. Why? I don't mean any harm. Okay, different question. Tell me about yourself, Arushale. I'm afraid you won't like what I'm going to tell you. At least she's honest. Like, I'm going to have to tell you about being a demon, and it's not going to be pretty. Where do succubi even come from? Did you have a childhood? No. Well, yes, but in brief, the Abyss is nothing like the mortal world. Arushale makes a gesture in the air, trying to find the right words. You remember life since conception. No, wait, you don't remember that part, do you? Certainly you know everything since birth. We do not. Normally when a human dies, the Lady of Graves decides what plane they go to. Most often, those who arrive in the Abyss are turned into larvae, the little worms no one notices until you step on them. They crawl in the mud for centuries, devouring each other, the strongest among them eventually turning into demons. I don't know how the transformation begins. Maybe we hatch out of them like caterpillars out of butterflies. No, wait, the other way around. Or maybe greater demons sculpt us out of them like so much clay. I don't know what happens to the larva that they used to make me. My own memory, it begins with vague, fragmentary images. Terrors, executions, orgies. I remember some poor lad half-gnawed by the larva. He was crying and begging to be killed. I pointed at him, laughed, and said I wouldn't. Desna, forgive me, I'm ashamed. And how did you end up turning against the Abyss? Temptation, Arushale smiles sadly. Strange, isn't it? So many people believe that being good is important, but to many it's boring and unpleasant. And all that's enjoyable and tempting pertains to evil. Even many servants of the kind gods think so, do they not? You have no idea how easy that makes the role of a temptress. It was my great fortune to discover that it's not always like that. Arushale looks away. My last victim was a priestess of Desna, the tender of dreams. As you know, demons do not sleep. Mortals always compare their greatest moments to dreams, so I decided it would be interesting to see for myself, and while I was at it, forgive me, goddess, to mock Desna. Even as the priestess lay dying in my arms of my kiss, I remember every smallest detail, the cold sweat on her skin, Her eyes rolled back into her head, her weak whisper. It is difficult to recount, but I dove into her mind to see what mortal dreams were like in her final moments. But it was the goddess who saw me in her realm, and it turned out I remained there far longer than I'd planned. And what did Desna do to you? As a punishment, she gave me mercy. I think. Why me? She could have easily blown me away like smoke, with the flick of her fingers. The gods rarely trouble themselves with the lives of mortals, and even less so with us demons. But for reasons of her own, she paid me special attention. She awoke in me the memories of the sinners whose souls were used to create me. Those humans that I knew nothing of until Desna showed me. Each of them had their own dreams, had a world without pity trampled each of them and placed them on a path that led them to the abyss. Their memories, all their hopes and their pains. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to talk about this. You see tears welling up in her eyes. Arushale eventually wipes them away and finally continues. So if you invest time into Arushale, you can redeem her as early as before Book 4. Our bard was focused on redeeming Stock. Having become a full lech by the time we found her, I was too ashamed to talk to her over much, and the rest of our party didn't really care. It's kind of a shame because, like, the way your character was going as, like, a character arc of becoming more and more lecherous, it would have been hilarious had you actually gone with Arushale, and she'd have been able to temper some of that because she's going the opposite direction. The most important thing I realized was that every mortal is a little world of hopes and dreams, and that although I might be a succubus, I didn't have to live forever with those beastly, boring pleasures and tortures of the abyss. I could be free. I could be myself, if I can just understand who I am. So you don't know who you are. What of you? Do you know who you are? Are there many mortals who can make such a claim? Before returning me to the mortal realm, Desna whispered something to me. I can still hear her words. She asked, "What do you dream of?" And I don't know. I still don't. Demons are simple creatures. Arushale purses her lips. In terms of character, she might have done that, but again, DM wasn't interested in it. Fair. Each is guided by 2 or 3 very strong sins. Before my conversion, my sins were all I was. Just a ball of desire without anyone behind them doing the desiring. Desire for sex, desire for flattery, and food. But now I have me, and it's amazing, but it's also so complicated. Arushale makes an apologetic gesture, smiles. What did you do after Desna converted you? I traveled. In the beginning, I knew it wise to keep away from demons and their temptations, run off to Absalom or perhaps even further to another plane, but then I realized that I didn't deserve such freedom yet. The abyss was still in me. It called to me, tempted me, seduced me. If I ran away, I know that I would return to my old habits. Arushale forces the word from her mouth. And that's why I came here, to join the war against it, to remember who my real enemy is, to defeat demons, not just for the mortal world, but for myself as well. Because if I don't kill my past, it will always be reaching for me. I'm a wonderful liar. I'm no longer proud of it, but it's true. The demons never suspected treason until the very end, so I lived as a spy. I regularly reported to the priests of Desna wherever I learned. Naturally, I concealed my identity from them as well. I would never have been caught, but when I learned that Discari was planning a full-blown attack on Canabras, there was no time for caution. I risked everything to warn you all, and paid with my freedom. Thank you for not running from evil, but confronting it. I'm glad I did, but it is hard. The evil calls me every day. And when it's so close, what if one day I'm the one who grows tired of fighting? So you do worship Desna now. The goddess did a lot for me, more than I ever deserved. Asking anything more of her would be impudent. I'm just grateful to her, but I don't try to trouble her with my prayers. Thank you for asking. What can you tell me about life in the Abyss? I can't tell you about all of the Abyss. I've only seen small parts of it. But if you like, I can speak of the Midnight Isles and Alushinure. Alright, the Midnight Isles then. It is the ocean of Ishar. Not far from the mouth of the river Styx, there is a chain of islands, the realm of Nocticula, queen of the succubi. Demon lord of assassins, darkness, and lust, Lady Nocticula is a beautiful but deadly creature. Even demon lords aren't safe from her deadly seductions. The number of demon lords she seduced and assassinated is formidably long. Nocticula's abyssal realm consists of dozens of islands on an immense sea of still black water. The sky is always dark with strange stars and a disturbingly large moon in the sky above. Each of these midnight isles represents a demon lord or other notable entity she's assassinated, and with each new kill, her realm grows. The other demon lords treat Nocticula with a mixture of obsession and fear. Lamashtu's cult has taken notice of her rising power and has increased the level of hostility with her worshippers, causing some to believe that Nocticula may be close to becoming the second demon to ascend to divinity. Fun fact, Arushale is not the first demoness to pull the trick of invading dreams to taunt Desna. The demon lord Aola had an MO of killing mortal heroes and possessing their bodies to wreak havoc. When she did this to a priestess of Desna, Desna fucking killed her. And it wasn't for Callistia's skill in diplomacy, the incident might have sparked a planar war. This sort of thing is why Iomade doesn't just kill Discari. Succubi are a race of demons infamous for the place for tempting mortals. Yep, lust demons. They favor the sweet taste of a mortal's life force and possess the ability to drain it with their infamous soul-sucking fissions. The Queen of Succubi, there's no sun there, only a moonlit night alternating with a moonless one. Each of the islands is one of Nocticula's trophy, the remains of a powerful entity that perished at her hands. As you can see, she cannot take a step in the abyss without treading on a corpse. And what about Alushinura? Oh god, some of these things are going to be tripping me up for the rest of the game. The Porphyry City is Nocticula's capital. There is no city like it in the mortal world. Absalom is a village in comparison. Millions, and I don't exaggerate, millions of demons and mortals live there. Some come voluntarily, not just from Galarian, but from other planes as well. Nocticula keeps an open boundary and enjoys having many guests, merchants, and travelers in her city. Some arrive in chains, for the slave trade is among the most thriving business in the city. From afar, the city may seem a merry place, and indeed many of its dwellers do enjoy themselves, until it's their turn to become someone else's toy. For it is a city of suffering, Savan, of cheerful festive torments that everyone in the city inflicts on all those around them. What do you know of places in Alushinura that we should be aware of? The heart of the business quarter is known as the flesh markets, where the slave trade takes place. I grew up in the mansion of Lady Valexia. Her house is always full of guests doing their best to entertain her. Those whose performance is not to her liking risk remaining at her house forever. The main attraction of the Succubi city, of course, is the brothels, known as the 10,000 Delights. I need not tell you what they offer, if you can imagine it, someone is selling it. Not far from there, you can find the Harem of Ardent Dreams, which serves as a town hall of sorts. Shamira, Nocticula's right hand and mayor of Alushinura, receives her visitors there. For those who prefer bloodier sports, there are several arenas in the city. The most famous of them is known as the Battle Bliss. Battles run continuously without breaks and without rules. It doesn't matter what trickery you use to win, it only matters how much fun the crowd is having. And above all of it, the House of Silken Shadows, Nocticula's palace. Hundreds, thousands of towers and domes adorned with jewels. There are legends of what happens inside. Many have striven to experience the delight of the Succubi Queen's palace, forgetting that it was built for her pleasure, not theirs. Fun fact, this doesn't appear in the CRPG, but Nocticula has a small library dedicated to her less significant kills. I went out of my way to spot how many gnomes she may have killed, and the best my DM could come up with on the spot is a gnome who played a prank on Nocticula, the document refused to detail the prank, and a troublesome gnome hero causing trouble in Shaxx's realm. And what can you tell me about Nocticula herself? She is called the Lady in Shadow. They say that she was the first succubus, and she's far from the most powerful of the demon lords, but this has not kept her from being the ruin of many creatures significantly more powerful than her, building her kingdom upon their bones. They say that, like Lamashtu, she strives to turn herself from a demon lord into a true goddess. She enjoys killing, but her favorite tools are seduction and deception. She only stoops to crude violence when there are no remaining games to play, and even then, she always backstabs from the shadows. Her favorite weapon is the crossbow, though in my opinion a silk garrote would suit her better. If you would ever meet her, never believe a word she sells, and do not fall for her provocations. Do not try to beat her at her own game, and most importantly, the worst mistake anyone can make is to underestimate her. Thank you for the information. What do you think of the powers we've all gained? It is a great temptation. I don't know if I should be trusted with such power. I certainly wouldn't trust myself with it. When you have so much power, it's easy to decide you're a god and that mortals are your toys. Perhaps I should wait until after we defeat the forces of the Abyss, but that's precisely what these powers are for. She thinks for a moment, then speaks again softly. You take a great risk, and I'm not sure I could handle the temptation. It's hard enough as it is. We're being attacked by demons with unusual powers. Do you know anything about them? Arushale thinks for a long moment, and finally answers hesitantly. Back in Alushinura, there were rumors about terrible experiments that Baphomet and Discari were performing on their troops to make them stronger. Here in the material plane, these rumors were embellished with many details. Some say the demons undergo rituals acquired from Zon-Kathan. Others say that they fed on the blood of angels or Qipthoth or demon lords. Others say that there were no experiments. Baphomet is just bringing back fighters from the future, a future in which the demons have already taken over Galarian. I do not know the grain of truth to these ramblings. There's no way to know. Naturally, none of these rumors give any indication of where the demons come from. I'm sorry, I can't help. The only thing that's clear is that the lowly fighters in the army of the Abyss are as puzzled by this as we are. Far from the most powerful of demon lords, very not true. Nocticula CR30, just like Discari. What is true is that she's probably not as good in a straight up fight compared to Discari or Sibyl demon lords. Yes. I also wouldn't be surprised if Nocticula purposely downplays her abilities to her own followers, just to see if any of them are stupid enough to try and overthrow her. That would also make a lot of sense for someone like her. Purposely downplay how powerful you are in the Abyss's hierarchy, so that if any of your followers get uppity and try anything, you can bitch slap them, no problem. May I ask you a personal question? The kind of mortal might ask suckers. You want to talk about sex? Urushiele looks you in the eyes. Ask me anything. I won't keep any secrets from you. Just don't expect to hear anything lighthearted or pleasant. That worked on Sakabanoth. Yep. The kiss of a succubus is said to be deadly, isn't it? Not just the kiss. Any caress of any kind. We can suck the life from mortals, and there's nothing I can do about it. Urushiele touches her lips ever so slightly. For mortals, tenderness is tenderness, and violence is violence. But I don't know what it's like to kiss and not inflict pain. I just hope my observation of mortals will help me understand. Young lovers, old spouses, even what mortals condemn as promiscuity, it just looks like something amazingly human. And we don't want to use this one because that is the romance path. Wait, you mean you don't just watch people during the day out in the street? Well, I never touch anyone. I've never harmed anyone. I just watch and listen. Is that bad? No, it's not the worst. Just don't get caught, Urushiele. I can promise you that. The succubus smiles. So if violence is violence and romance is romance, what is sex between demons like? Everything demons do is almost like a form of cannibalism. Each devours mortals and other demons in their own way. Some enjoy literally tearing chunks of flesh with their teeth. Others like to subdue and turn their prey into slaves and living tools. And some just feed on each other's humiliation. It comes in different forms, but the essence is always the same. Another being is merely an object to be used for your own pleasures. Demon sex doesn't really differ from any other type of violence. In my former life, it was something I did to others or which others did to me. Only one person ever received pleasure, not the other. I do like that they put it this way because it really does throw into context everything the demons do. Like, it's just... There is no concept of other beings being real in demonic society, existence. My DM interpreted the succubus draining touch as being a choice, which is why the succubus romance I had worked out. My personal interpretation is that it can't be turned off typically, but it's not an effect when the succubus is polymorphed into human form. Yeah. Another way you can look at it from Urushiele's perspective is that because of the way she was converted by Desna, it's entirely possible that it's just specific to her that she cannot turn it off. Because she's in such a flux of her forms, and a flux of her concept of reality, one might even say. Do you still feel desire? Urushiele keeps a long silence, as if searching for the right words. You see, on the one hand, my succubus nature remains with me. I feel the desire I feel is the one from my old life. When I look at any mortal, the first thought that I imagine is how... She looks away. But that feeling, that desire, that is not what mortals feel. When you like someone, you don't ponder how good it would feel to drink their soul from their body. You think about how good it would feel to be with them. Together. You know how to want someone and at the same time not want to destroy them. For me, the two feelings are one and the same. When she ascended, she lost a lot of her supernatural abilities. She can't polymorph, she can't teleport, she can still give, but she can still give her profane gift. True despair begins to ring in Urushiele's voice. I'm not even talking about love, just the common mutual rituals and affections of mortals when they're not poisoned with violence. Now I know that I've never felt it. It's hard to imagine how it's even possible. Thank you for being so open. Yeah, we don't need to ask the other questions because those are only if you are doing her romance path, which we are not. We're going after the other monster woman in our party. Speaking of which, Wendu, where are you? There she is. Is there anything down here that I need to be aware of? Nope. Wenduag greets you with a servile bow. Master, how can I serve you? Okay, hold on. I need to check the Wenduag romance guide to make sure that I'm doing this right. Yep. Okay, yes. This is the formal start of the Wenduog romance. Am I imagining things, or do you find me attractive, Wenduog? Wenduog smiles playfully in return. Maybe I do. I like people like you, people who are strong, determined, who don't hide behind others. I've memorized your true romance by now, so you can just ask me. I'm just going down the full list because it's the one area where I've not really spoiled myself because the guide leaves out most of the big spoilers, but it does point out like you're going to be here when this happens. Some of her stuff is just straight up contradictory because Wenduog is just a wibbly wobbly timey wimey ball of trauma. I like you too, Wendu. And why am I here and not in your bed already? Wenduog smirks and snaps her teeth playfully. Ooh, she likes to bite, showing off her sharp fangs. Hey. Woman after my own heart. If you want me, I'm not opposed to the idea. I've long been wondering if you're as good in bed as you are in battle. Oh, and we can just... Okay, we will be... Right, as soon as we're done exploring the rest of Drezen, I will be back to discuss that with her. There's nothing else out here. That's just the area exit. Lastly, we've got just this area over here to explore.
Can't make the demons wait.
Doesn't look like randomly two Aasimar just standing over here, both with identical haircuts. And there's just a couple of buildings to sweep around here, which I believe, if it's like any of the others, there's not going to be much in here. Some, what is that? Bone meal, nothing in there. To the basement. Right, and this would have connected into the prison.
Let's see what we can do.
But we did clear that up, so. Because this was where the ambush that Nura would have sent us on was.
Here we go.
All right, let's get the hell out of here. It's not that I don't trust you, Lord Brownbear. It's just that I feel comfortable having it all itemized on the page that I've got pulled up so I can keep track of it all.
I can handle it.
But it is good to know that I have somebody on hand who can do a backup in case I get confused or something goes wrong. What do we got here? Some eyes. A book. Soldier's humor.
Can't make the demons wait.
Oh, let's open you up. Hello. Anything in here? Oh,
beautiful.
Some supplies. And a Chronicle of Failure. Pretty sure we've read that one. That's just the history of how everything after the Second Crusade went to shit. Remember this abandoned building? I know what happens here later, yes. We're gonna have to have a very long discussion with Camellia later, and we all know how that's gonna go. Camellia is so lucky that I do not like killing companion characters, even when I'm playing a good guy in these games, because otherwise, I'd probably just do exactly what your people did, or what your bard would do when they played this game, which is just instant death. Camellia's not redeemable, she's not improvable, she's not anything, she's just somewhat competent at killing demons, and for that, you pay a heavy price. Why don't you come with me, Wendu? Just you and me. Growling softly, Wenduog breaks into a smug smile. You didn't have to ask. Fade to black. We all know how that goes. Oh, never mind. We're not fading to black. It's actually playing a cutscene. Holy shit. Black. Gamer subs. I need something. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. I was like, oh, it's fade to black. Nope, we have to get a final scene in there of Wendu in our underwear before we do anything else. Wenduog stretches her muscles with grace and a kind of animal shamelessness, directing a contented glance at you from under half-closed lids. That was good. I wasn't wrong about you. Like a satisfied cat, the huntress smiles softly, running her fingers along her body and over the places your hands touched only moments before. Her small claws carefully scratch her firm, scar-covered skin. Alright, is there anything I need to do here? Hold on, double check. At this stage, things are still casual. You can start any of the other games. Romance is not worried about causing issue. Well, we're not doing that. We're monogamous. Thank you very much. All right. All the rest of her events in Act 3 are all just storyline progression events. So this is just fluff. This is just flavor. By the by, Staunton's armor may be a better match for Seela if you give her Abundant Smite, because if she smites an enemy and they hit her, not only is their DR ignored, they also take damage from Smite. Pays back very well. I mean, it still works on Regil. He does have Smite Chaos, so that still works. We just need to start getting him Hell Knight level so he can actually get some more of it. Did you like it? A long, delighted groan escaped Wenduog's lips. Yes, I did. I enjoyed it very much. Examine her scars. Among the variety of battle marks, there is a rather gruesome, ragged scar on her left collarbone that catches your eye. It's an uneven line that goes along her shoulder, skirting it and ending at the shoulder blade. Several long scars stretching across her back suggest that she had been whipped. You see fresh crimson cuts and abrasions on her elbows and chin. Some of them look quite deep and were hastily pulled together with crude stitches. Over time, they will turn white and become the newest addition to the landscape of scars on your fighter's lithe body. When I run romance Wenduog, I typically play a gnome, given her masochistic tendencies and the way she wants to be dominated. My 3-foot knight commander carrying it out was a fun thing to imagine. Tell me about your scars. A flattered smile graces her lips. Oh, I have plenty of those. Which one do you want me to tell you? Those fresh ones. Were those recent? Nothing. I had a fight with a few crusaders. 5 of them, to be precise. But I think I got the one on my chin right before that. That was a good honest fight, one-on-one. Why did you pick a fight with the crusaders? Wenduog brushes a lock of hair away with a nonchalant gesture. To get them to respect me, of course. There's no better way to gain recognition than knocking out the biggest local bully. Besides, some of you Uplanders still don't know that they should tread lightly and keep their thoughts to themselves about the proud folk of Neathhold. So sometimes I have to put those loudmouths in their place, and fighting is fun. With a pleased laugh, Wenduog admires her bruised knuckles. Good. Don't give them an inch. No chance. Anyone who dares to disrespect me will be spitting their pride out along with their teeth. The one on your collarbone, where did that come from? Pride flares in her eyes. I got this one off a dire rat when I was younger. Good hunt. And after that, the tribe named me the best hunter. Scars add to your appeal. I know. It works like a charm on warriors. As soon as they see it, they go soft as putty, because they understand who they are dealing with. The marks on your back. Whips? Punished. You could say that. I was a very naughty girl, and I got punished for it, but I did leave my fair share of scars on others. So you like it rough. Her lids lower, and she releases a sensuous hiss. Yes. Power excites me. Feeling my own defensiveness adds to the thrill. The back burns from the bite of the whip, a firm hand resting on the back of the neck, my partner's voice hard as steel. Is there anything more sweet and tempting in this world? Only me standing behind my lover with my hands wrapped around their necks squeezing. Biting her lip, Wenduog sends you a look filled with shameless promise. You have many interesting proclivities. Everyone has a right to some fun now and then. Her eyes roll back grimly. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. You have a lot of interesting scars yourself. One day you'll tell me all about them. Does this change anything? Why should it? We had some fun and made each other feel good. Why would it change anything? Or are you worried that I will be throwing myself at you every chance I get and demanding you breed with me? Relax, that's not going to happen. Thank you for today. Flashing her fangs, Wenduog shakes off her sweet languor. Right, let's go. It's time to kill someone. And yet she's staying in here. Can't help but notice that. Force lost. That's the personal chest, which does have a couple of our items in here. So wait, does she seriously? Ha, I feel more alive than ever. Okay, apparently I did a good job. Yeah. All right, and of course Regil is... Commander, we need to talk. Irbeth. Irbeth's eyes are vacant. Her thoughts are clearly somewhere else, but seeing you, she snaps to attention. Hail, Commander. Look what I found. Found this during the assault on Drezen. Your father's sword. Praise Iomedae. Irbeth takes the sword as gently as if it were a living creature and sheaths it back in the scabbard you'd found earlier. I don't know what to say. I'm forever indebted to you, and I never thought I would get this back. Please, allow me to reward you, and no objections, sir. I could never replace this sword, and I shall never part with it again, I swear. Thank you, 50,000 gold. How is the Eagle Watch doing in Canabras, Irbeth? Everything's going well. I was wary of handing over the reins at first. I was afraid that everything would fall apart without a Nevi and me. But I took a risk and left a very clever lad in charge. Tiefling, as it happens. He infiltrated one of the cults alone. They couldn't imagine a Tiefling wouldn't be on their side. He exposed the entire cell, and I personally knighted him just before the city was attacked. Of course, there are many who weren't happy about it, but it's not my job to make people happy. He hasn't disappointed since. He's built up the Order's ranks again back in Canabras and is running everything smoothly, if the demons ever attack again. As if the attack never happened. He's proven more than once since I left Canabras that it's in good hands, but I'll admit, it's still strange to think that such a small order as the Eagle Watch now has 2 chapters, one in Drezen and one in Canabras. We need to talk about what happened during the attack on Drezen. Irbeth nods curtly. I was shamefully faint-hearted. Praise Iomedae didn't affect the course of the battle, but my behavior was unworthy of a knight, even less a commander. There are a few tiefling-only feats that give them bonus while fighting fiends. Yes, isn't there an entire subclass for the Slayer or Ranger that is a tiefling-only subclass that gives them even more bonuses to fighting fiends? Under the circumstances, leaving my position would have been tantamount to desertion. As your advisor, I strongly recommend that you release me from my position as head of the Order, strip me of my knighthood, and send me to serve in the Condemned. You deserve titles more than you. Don't blame yourself under the circumstances. You did everything possible and more. Who will lead the Eagle Watch then? You have no one to replace you. The question is no better than desertion, except you want me to take responsibility for it. I don't want to hear it. Join the ranks, knight, and fight as you swore to do. No. You've done good, Irbeth. Calm the fuck down. Yes, you made a mistake. There's no doubt about that. Like, I'm pretty sure Regil was about a step away from beating you to death with his hammer because of how annoyed you were making him. But we managed to avoid that. Don't blame yourself. Under the circumstances, you did everything possible in your decisions. Thank you, Commander. The gratitude in Irbeth's voice is sincere, and a spark of enthusiasm appears in her eyes once more, which had grown dull over the last few weeks. The half-orc salutes you sharply, and for a moment you once again see the Irbeth who is ready to protect the defender's heart to her dying breath. Thank you for trusting me, sir. More than anyone else in this crusade, and even more than I trust myself. Despite your words, Irbeth obviously still feels unworthy of her commander's rank. Changing her mind will require more than platitudes. Perhaps you can bolster her by appointing her to a position where she can work more closely with the rank and file, those whose faith in their commander remains undimmed. Nevia, you got anything for me? I don't recall Ranger, but I know they have a Magus archetype and a Cleric archetype, but the former is about using their blood as a catalyst for magic, and the latter is pro-fiend, not anti-fiend. Yeah, I could have sworn... Oh, wait, maybe I'm thinking of... No, wait, it might not be... No, I'm pretty sure it's called, like, Reformed Fiend or something, and it's either a Ranger or a Slayer subclass, but I don't remember which. And then you have the Aasimar equivalent, which is, I think, a War Priest or a Cleric one, which is the... Sanctified? No, it is a Slayer class. It's like Sanctified Slayer or something like that. It's an Aasimar-only subclass that does the same thing. Have you figured out how the demons have been sneaking up on us? Anevia answers with scarcely concealed irritation. No dice. Our scouts are already crawling all over the area, down every hole, and nothing. The Grey Road was completely empty, and then bam, an entire army popped up like a jack-in-the-box. Is a Blood Rager archetype in the CRPG only. That's what I was getting mistaken about. My bad. My only lead is a few scouts who didn't come back from the gorges to the southwest, but we found no sign of any secret paths or underground passageways, and definitely no route we could use to quietly move a large force through. But I feel it in my gut. There's some evil scum out there. We just have to look harder. I'll try to send out more scouts, but they might just disappear like the first ones. So I would suggest that you go there yourself and find out what's what. And what do you think of my new powers now that they've grown? I don't know if this counts as blasphemy or what, but you look like Desna just had her wicked way with you. You've got a bit of that divine sass about you now, sir, and the dragon, well, I'm a little put out that I didn't get to see how you flew on the thing in battle, sending the demons running scared, grabbing whatever they could and hightailing it out. Did you find anything about where Monago fled to? She shakes her head sharply. Zero, zilch, a whole lot of nothing. The damn scum melted into thin air. Soldiers saw her jump from the window, run through the square in front of the citadel, and then disappear. We haven't heard damn shit from her since, and I don't like it. I'm telling you, this is bad. First of all, her kind don't just give up. If we can't see her, it means she's setting a trap for us somewhere we won't expect. I mean, it would be great if the demon lords just gobbled her up for all of her failures, but I think that's too much to hope for. But that's not the worst part. We have a more interesting question, you know? I wonder how she teleported from the city. By the time you'd already hung the banner, the soldiers are saying it probably wasn't in full force by then, but you and I both know that's Droz. She shouldn't have been able to teleport, but she did. The question is, how? Just imagine, just for a moment, something completely hypothetical. A dragon you definitely don't know went and made a hole in the roof in one of the temples of Iomade. How would you react? The dragon should warn me before it flies off to carry out its evil plans, because I'd be happy to supply an alibi and some hearty congratulations as long as no one was hurt. Ivu snipes Froze a few times. Guess what? You're not just my best friend, you're my best accomplice now, too. Where did you even come from and why did you decide to help me? Well, you're my bestest friend. How could I not help you? As for coming here, I just sensed your power and flew all the way here. I mean, I can't usually fly between the places by myself, but your power was like a guiding light, so I just flew. What can you tell me about Elysium? Oh, I can't tell you that much about Elysium. I only lived there for 5 years after all, if you don't count the time I spent as an egg. I mean, it's beautiful. So many things grow there and they all produce beautiful fruit. But there are some fruits you're not allowed to eat, and there are some places you're not allowed to fly, and there are places the kids aren't allowed to visit, even though there's not as many as there are on Galarian. All kinds of beings live in Elysium, the Titans and the gods, but I've only ever met one, Caden Caitlin. God of alcohol, bravery, and freedom, one of the Ascended, because the legend tells he passed the test while intoxicated. He is known as the Lucky Drunk, the Drunken Hero, and the Accidental God. He's not like the other gods. He can go where he wants, talks to whoever he wants. Imagine that. Where I was just flying around some errands and I met him, a god. He let me sit on his shoulder and carried me around for a bit. It was so much fun. And then he gave me a sip from his beer and it tasted revolting. And I realized it probably wasn't the best thing to say to a god of ale and wine. But he wasn't angry. He just laughed and said I'd understand when I grew up. And I hate when people say that. Even a god. You think a god would know what dragons like. And what do you think of my companions? Ooh, I thought you'd never ask. I like Arushale best. She's cute and has wings and that makes her twice as cute. Ember is kind, but I'm a little scared of her. And don't tell her any of this. I almost got in a fight with that crow of hers. Regil, boo. We should kick him out. Pretty, please? Unfortunately, Ivu, he is literally the most competent man in the room 90% of the time. And the other 10% of the time is when I'm the most competent man in the room. Socio always smiles at me, but he won't paint me right. I keep telling him how to add an extra tail, a fluffy one, and make my claws fluffy, and maybe a little gold plume that glows, but he just says that I don't look like that in real life. Who cares about real life when you can imagine something that's so much better? Sela, I kind of like her, but I kind of don't. She always just kind of treats me like I'm some little pipsqueak. I mean, I know I'm little, but I'm still a dragon. Camellia is beautiful, but her spirit doesn't seem to want to talk to me for some reason. I think it's shy. The fact that Camellia can trick a goddamn havoc dragon is also concerning. I don't even want to talk about Greyboar. He feels like he's always sighing me up, wondering what kind of trophy I'll make when I'm big. I'll steal his pack one night and chew on it just because I can. Darren is mean. I don't think he doesn't think I'm even a little bit cute. I'm sure of it. How can you even speak to someone who doesn't love a cute little dragon? And I'm a bit scared of Nenio. She's already tried to catch me 3 times. She said she wanted to measure me with a ruler or something and attach a clothespin to my wing, and it really was annoying. Wenduag is a meanie, and I don't like meanies. She's still cute, though. Her little spider legs are the cutest of all. Ulbrich is fun and nice, and when he plays with me, he tosses me higher than the trees with one hand, faster than I can fly, and he laughs so loud it's like a thunderstorm. Of course, Ulbrich gets to play crazy uncle with the tiny dragon. I like Irabeth, but only from a distance. I don't really want to be friends with her. I mean, she'd probably start making scary faces and stamping her feet if I scattered peas where the paladins go to pray. You know, to make them slip and fell their arms about while trying to stand. That would be funny. But Anevia probably wouldn't yell at me. She'd probably catch me before I even poured the peas. And I'm friends with your entire court. Especially Aranka, Wallflower, and Ilks, but you probably already know that already. Apparently Ivu can sense alignments, and apparently masking spells work on her. Yep. Are you scared of battling the demons? Not even a tiny little bit. After all, I have you. By the way, next time we meet any demons, we should ask them if they're scared to fight us. All right. Regil, you good? You're good. All right. Well, now we have to manage the crusade. All right. What have we got? What have we got here? Oh god. We have a lot of shit. We have demon armies all over the place. We have... Oh, now that you've captured Drezen, new options for the crusade will become available to you. You can now construct buildings and forts in Drezen, issue decrees, and capture and investigate new regions. Bold mercenary and trainable units will appear at the commander's headquarters in Drezen. Demon armies will try to take Drezen from you, destroy them, or else after 7 days of siege, Drezen will be completely blockaded by enemy forces. You will no longer be able to command the crusade. To access the crusade management screen, click on the button at the bottom right of the screen. Map, yep. Military forces focus on drilling and training units, recruit both tradable and mercenary units to improve the rank of the military staff. Logistics focuses on economy and construction, construct buildings. Okay. Diplomacy focuses on establishing contact with mercenaries of foreign nations. Enhances the significance of the crusade by earning resources of all types to improve the rank of diplomacy. Leadership focuses on morale and army generals. Win battles and level up your generals to improve the rank of your leadership staff. Once the rank up requirements for one of the crusade's stats have been met, you will unlock the corresponding degree. Military campaign will require 3 types of resources: finance points, material points, and energy points. Finance points are used for all of your various needs. First and foremost, they're needed to recruit units. Material points are used primarily for building and construction. Energy points are used for the recruitment of mythic units and the completion of certain degrees. You will gain new resource points each day. Prevailing over demon armies in battle and constructing certain buildings will increase the income of resources. You can also purchase the required resources directly with gold. Oh boy, we've got a lot of shit for this. Okay, let's start from the top. A group of officials from Nerosian is on its way to Drezen. They want to inspect how well the crusade is organized. What kind of welcome should they receive? A cold experience adds 4,000 leadership experience. Lavish, finance income increases by 30. Show things as they are. Finance points increase by 30, adds 3,000 diplomacy experience points. Bring the officials to the front lines. 30 finance points and 600 military experience points. Where do I see the actual... Because it showed a stat screen. Where do I find the stats they had? Oh. Oh. Capital of the 5th Crusade, staging grounds for the offensive of the Whirlwind, is crucial for the Crusaders as the surrounding areas be tightly controlled. Enhancing the commander's leadership prowess and the Crusade's logistics and diplomacy capacities will unlock new possibilities offered by this region. And then the West Selen. The course of the West Selen River is the main transport route connecting Drezen and Mendev. As long as it remains in Crusader hands, the commander's forces can count on a steady flow of supplies and reinforcements. Enhancing the Crusade's military, logistics, and diplomacy capacities will unlock new possibilities. So same thing as with... Don't forget to hydrate. I do. I have some more gamer subs still, and I'll be refilling with regular water at the next break. That's one thing I've never understood about other streamers. Like, a lot of other streamers have the hydrate redeem where people will be like reminding them to drink water. Meanwhile, I'm over here constantly drinking water pretty much the whole time that I'm streaming. And I don't get why I would need a redeem for that. Just drink your damn water, people. Scout reserves. We have another Crusader army with some reinforcements that we can... Let's move you guys forward. Let's reorganize. So we're going to take the infantry and the archers here. Meanwhile, where's our scouts? Nope, different army. There we go. Let's grab these guys and add them to our scout reserves. And then, oh, I clicked off the screen. Thank God it doesn't crash. Yep, unit types requires you to build new buildings. You still have access to mercenary units. These arrive in Drezen every week. The base stats of mercenary units are better than those of trainable units, but mercenaries require more resources and can only be recruited as a group in its entirety. If you're not satisfied with the mercenaries that have arrived in a given week, you can search for new units. The number of times you can search for free per week is limited, but can be increased with time. Depending on the mythic path you've chosen, you will gain access to increase the recruit special mythic units to your cause. It's just a shame that, from what I remember, most of those mythic units suck and can't do much. But yes, we now have access to mounted scouts, archers, and footmen, and we still have access to our clerics and our hell knights. Which, though to be fair, this army right here is pretty good. We will eventually swap out the shield bearers for something else. But for right now, let's go ahead and... What is this going to cost? Mainly this. 80 more footmen, 15 more hell knights, and 22 clerics. There we go. We now have just over 500 infantry, 300 archers, 60 cavalry, 15 heavy infantry specialists, and almost 100 clerics. Let me see. That was all we could do there. Again, I could have sworn they showed a stat screen, and yet Oh, there we go. Okay, we do already have enough where we will rank up pretty much immediately. We're also getting 2 energy points, 16 material points, and 600 finance points per day. Which, when you really put that into perspective, how much... Yeah, we can't buy energy points, but every building point is worth 25 gold, and every finance point is worth 5 gold. So that means Mendev is basically providing us with 3,000 gold's worth of finance points a day, and what is this? 400 material points worth of gold pieces a day, and then whatever the energy points are worth. Okay. Go to the map. Close you. Ah, good. We can. So yes, right now we recruit 33 footmen and 22 archers each turn. And we do have quite a bit that we could possibly build. Oh, right. I forgot how big this place is. Right. We start with an arsenal. I might have to look up. There's got to be a proper way to build some of this place because I have no fucking clue what we're building here. An ancient sacred place of Tarkoris that was cleansed of demonic corruption and once again serves as a beacon of faith. Sanctuary increases energy point income by 4 per day. Okay. Shelter allows the commander property to rest in the fort without increasing the effect of abyssal corruption. Doesn't this place already have one of those? Or isn't this supposed to count as one of those already? Well, we definitely need a teleportation circle because we saw how valuable that was in Kingmaker. Provides all allied units within the fort's area of control a +1 bonus to attack, AC saving throws, and initiative. Provides a 10% bonus to damage to all tradable units in adjoining buildings. Only 1 training ground can be built in each fort except Drezen. So we already have a smithy. So hold on. The smithy is attached to the barracks and the archery range right now, which means that all of our basic infantry and all of our basic archers are receiving a +1 bonus to attack. The arsenal also gives a +1 bonus to AC for all of them as well. Pathfinder Society Lodge, Military Academy, Mercenary Guilds, Stables. That sounds like one we definitely want to get. Hospital. Provides a 5% bonus to infirmary size for all generals. That does sound like a good idea. Hall of Strategy. Provides a +1 bonus to attack and defense and a +2 bonus to power for all generals. The Hall of Glory. Reduces the cost of recruiting mercenary units by 5%. Only 1 Hall of Glory can be built in each fort. Engineer's Workshop. Reduces the cost of building construction by 10. Definitely need to get that. In fact, that seems like a priority right now. We also need to get a citadel. Increases the time of siege of the fort by 3 days. Only 1 citadel can be built in the fort. Apothecary provides a 10% bonus to HP for all trainable units in adjoining buildings. Only 1 apothecary can be built in each fort except Drezen. And an alchemist laboratory. +10 bonus to energy for all generals. That sounds like another easy one that is also cheap that we should get our hands on right away. I did not mean to exit out of the... Well, no, I just want to go back to the map. There we go. Oh, okay. Can I zoom in? Are you going to let me? You're not going to let me zoom in. No, you're going to... Yeah, I know this. I know this game. So, for example, Villius Ford Outpost, which is its own thing. How many spots? So they just start with 4. So the important part for stuff like this would be like watchtowers, supply center. Yeah, increase material income by 3. Only 1 supply center can be built in. Increases finance point income by 200. If there are no buildings that provide recruitment growth, if there are no buildings that provide recruitment growth in the fort, only 1 inn can be built in the fort. Hospital increases recruitment growth for the main stables by 25%. Only 1 garrison stable can be built in each fort. Okay, so this is definitely something we might want to buy some resources to get set. Hold on, I need to see the map. Because I think most of the demon assaults have to come... Like, this area is relatively safe because they can't just bypass us. They have to march on Drezen to get past us. So most of these rear fortresses are actually pretty safe from enemy attack. Alright, well, we don't really have money right now, so... Leadership, finance points, show things as they are. Bring the officials to the front lines. What are we low? Military is our lowest stat right now, with only 5,400 points. But that also only gets us 600, which is not nearly as good. I still like this. It's either this or show the officials what it is. Because diplomacy mainly affects our mercenaries and other things, whereas the military stat Level of battle readiness of the Crusaders and general combat effectiveness of their armies. Yes, I'm willing to go with that. So you can expand the hexes you control outside of Drezen, but you don't have more than one settlement. I remember one time our DM had us ambushed because we didn't have a watchtower in the hex closer to the whirlwind. She was like, oh, guess you better set that up. I mean, to be fair, that sounds exactly like something the DM would do. To be like, maybe you should focus on the logistics of your crusade for a little bit. All right, bring the officials to the front line. Silo escorted the committee to the front lines where the pampered bureaucrats were forced to learn the hardships of military life firsthand. Having gotten caught up in a surprise attack and personally witnessed the demon's brutality, the inspectors swore to supply the army with everything it may need and to do so diligently. Good work, guys. The runaway. Has been revealed that one of the Crusaders is a criminal on the run. 1 year ago, that knight murdered a noble in Nerosian and escaped justice. The killer repented and joined the Crusader army to atone for sin, but the daughter of the murdered aristocrat wants vengeance and requests that the criminal be arrested and tried. Do away with the vengeful noble and gain her treasures. Unlock the unscrupulous heir. Gain 7,000 gold, 5,000 finance points, 50 material points, and 25 energy points. Ooh. Give the vengeful noble the murderer's head. Provides family heirloom. An unholy flail +4. Boy, I wonder if this is the bad choice. It wants to give us a flail that's unholy. Take the repentant knight under protection. Increases morale by 15. Try the criminal knight and gain 3,000 finance points. Nope, he's a repentant knight. If need be, we can transfer him to the condemned because he technically did commit a crime. This is a bit more roleplay because our morale is already high. But we're also not constrained by a time limit really right now, aside from a few events. So yes, we'll take the repentant knight under protection. There are plenty of repentant sinners in the ranks of the Crusaders. Many of them are heartened by the promise of a second chance. And our decrees. You can only have one of your decrees issued for each of the crusade stats at any given time. Each decree has a cost and a completion time. Some decrees can only be issued once, others have a repeat time, which is displayed in the decree description window. Stat rank up decree becomes available upon meeting specific stat requirements. Relic upgrade decree, which turns a relic into a powerful artifact for your party to use, becomes available when you obtain a suitable relic. And there's the ad. You all know the deal here. We'll take a moment to take a break, and then we'll be back to manage the crusade, because as I said, we're probably not getting out of Drezen this session. At least not till tomorrow, but we'll be right back in about 2 minutes. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Your morale will serve as a time limit since events don't expire. If the choice you want rewards you morale, I suggest holding on to the event until such time as you need the morale boost. Oh, well, I'll keep that in mind. All right, where were we? Right, we have a whole fucking thing to do with this. Let me see here. Skilled craftsman can do work on the... So let me see here. We can belt, chainmail, or short sword to turn it into a variety of different weapons. Either a finesse-wielding unholy blade, penance blade, +2 short sword, must pass a reflex saving throw, where the wound becomes covered in fine emeralds for 5 minutes. So the enemy becomes immune to bleeding. They suffer a -2 penalty to reflex saving throws, and all critical hits against this creature deal an additional 3d6 piercing damage. Multiple applications. We can transform it into a medium armor chainmail, but with a very low... that is very low max dexterity for a medium armor. Chainmail partially absorbs magic from chaotic or evil creatures. When such creatures attack the wearer with magic for the next 2 rounds, the wearer gains a +2 profane bonus to attack and damage rolls and caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. When this effect ends, the first attack the wearer makes suffers a -4 penalty to attack and damage. Those caster level checks made to overcome spell resistance. Ugh. Wearer can choose and suffer a -2 penalty to AC to grant all party members a +1 bonus to AC. And a belt. While wearing this belt, a monk can spend 1 key. Oh, it's a... None of these are very good. None of these are very good. Let's see what Chillroar's tusks can do. We can create a light spiked shield, which will create Chillroar's hide, spiked light shield, an intermediate step of relic creation that eventually leads to either awaken the icy blood. The problem is it's a light shield, so I already... And a short spear. Okay, so that's not very valuable at all. The unholy symbol of Rovagug can lead to either a hand axe, a battle axe, or a great axe. None of which helps me. God damn it. What have we got? Fate of Soul Shear. We can cleanse Soul Shear, which will turn it into a proper glaive. That'll actually be useful for Social. +3 adamantine glaive grants you +2 additional uses of lay on hands, fervor, or channel class energy class abilities if you possess them. Nice. Leave it as it is. Or charm soul. What does that even do? How do you charm a blade? While you're wielding this +3 adamantine glaive, your mount gains a +3 bonus on all saving throws and a +3. Okay, so that's only good if you're mounted. That doesn't help us there. And Outpost to Bastion expansion. 1 fort of the outpost level with at least 3 out of the 4 construction slots filled can be upgraded to a Bastion level. Okay. Alright, we do have some other things that we need to do. Hold on. Is there a way to sort this by, like... So we do have to form a council with each of these. Oh, this just gets us leveled up. Okay. One can command a small unit alone, but to manage an army, one needs a staff council. Surrounded by experienced advisors, the commander will be able to make decisions affecting the life and morale of the entire army. Forming a military council. A council of officers seasoned in the art of war will help the commander to implement new tactics and diversify the army's rank of skilled units. Forming a diplomatic council. The crusade depends on the support of Neurosian and foreign countries. The diplomatic council will see to it that no political problems interfere with the regular inflow of gold and recruits to Drezen. And forming a logistics council. The success of military action depends on a regular supply of everything troops need and judicious distribution of resources. God, you have no idea how true that is. The logistical council made up of experienced officers will ensure that there's no chaos in the army while the commander's attention is focused on the field. Unfortunately, that means, yeah, we can't do anything right now because all of these need to get resolved. That's getting handled. And then we need to work on the others. So right now we can't do anything, and I can't do anything in the game, or in there. So let me see. We have a couple of... Ah, yes, we're not allowed to rename these, unfortunately. So no changing names on these, unfortunately. We also don't get to... Yeah, we don't get to build anything in Canabras. So the furthest back fortress we have is the hamlet of Sork. I'm thinking we should build some support structures there to help prop up our economy. Garrison archery range, garrison barracks, garrison stables, hospital, inn. supply center, watchtower. Garrison archery range increases recruitment growth for the main archery range by 25%. But the inn... See, the thing is, I think the finance points aren't too bad because they're only 5 gold apiece. So I'm thinking instead what we want to get is turn this place into a rear line support area. So that means supply center, inn, and then a hospital, and probably an alchemist laboratory. That or just these 4 right here. Supply center, inn, hospital, watchtower. I feel like the watchtower should be built everywhere, just in case. Yeah, so how much do we need here? We need a total of... Let me see. 350 plus 250, that's going to get us to 600. Plus 400 is 1,000. Plus 100 is 1,100. So we need 1,100 supply points. Or finance, what is it called? Finance points. And then we need 200, 250, 325, 385 building points. That's just to get the basic setup for something like this. So what we need is... What do I have right now? It's not telling me how many I have right now. I have 910. So we need... What is that? 190. Which is only going to cost us 950. We do that. And then we also buy 385 of these. That's a lot more expensive. That's almost 10,000 gold. But that's still fun. So we're going to get the hospital to ensure that we keep our guys alive. We're going to get the inn to get more finance points. Supply center to get more material points. And a watchtower to keep an eye on the whole thing. There we go. So what are we dealing with here? Each victory over a demon army in the lands of Yath, Grey Roads, Lake Lost to Sun, or Winter Sun lands adds 6 days to the time of the Banner of Victory stays green. Each capture of a demon fort in the lands of Yath, Grey Road, Lake Lost to the Sun, or Winter Sun lands adds 30 days to the time of the Banner of Conquest staying green. Reclaiming forts that were previously lost will not affect this. As long as no Crusader fort is under siege, the Banner of Defense is green. And if any fort is under siege, the Banner of Defense turns yellow for 3 days, then red. As long as one Crusader fort is captured by demons, the Banner of Defense will remain red. Each point of morale above 0 increases the growth of trainable units. Each point of morale below reduces it by 1. Okay. So the only thing I can think of now is clearing out a couple of these armies would probably be for the best. Let's find some weak ones. What have we got here? Rift Drakes. Okay, that's already a problem. A basic army of elementals and some cultists. We also have some hill giants. I know we can take them on. So that would get us more finance points. That would get us some energy points. Oh, that's daily income. Oh, that's very good. There is a fort back here with some elemental defenders and cultists. Energy points, unavoidable drill. Let's clear out... Yeah, again, I don't think they can march on any of these ones because they have to get past Drezen in order to do it. Or at the very least past Keeper's Canyon. So we should be safe to send our army out to try and deal with some of these. Let's try to deal with these Rift Drakes first. See if we can't get them handled. Nope, do not let them retreat. Take them out. Is he going to go first? Ow! Okay, yep, that was a lot. Ow, fuck. Okay. Vaporize one of them, please. That would be great. Goodbye. Fuck you. Alright. Lay on hands others. Let's get those archers back up and running. Thank you. Hell Knights, charge. There we go. Very nice. Infantry, move up. Shield bearers, move up. Archers, finish them off. There we go. Alright, so they bombarded us a bit, but we survived. Only took moderate wounds. And we killed 18 Rift Drakes. See, I do appreciate that they actually put numbers to this because it at least gives a decent idea of what we're dealing with. Okay, so after capturing Drezen, the Crusade raised 3 morale banners upon the city's walls. The banner of victory stays green while you defeat demon armies. Each victory over a demon lord adds 6 days to the time the banner of victory stays green. Right, 30 days. Yep. Banners still affect the daily change of Crusade morale. A red banner decreases morale by 3 per day. A yellow or green banner increases it by 1 per day. And I'm assuming these fully stack, so we're adding more time by defeating these armies, which is the important part. Your warriors have discovered what attracted such a horde of monsters, an impressively ambulant laboratory belonging to an insane alchemist. The laboratory had been mercilessly plundered, and the jars of elixirs and ingredients bore sinister holes through which the hideous creatures had consumed their contents like some exquisite nectar. Luckily, some of the alchemist's inventory survived and now belongs to the Crusaders. Nice. Energy is harder to come by, so it's a good thing we were able to get that. Now let's go deal with these guys as well. Oh, or not? Apparently we can't get to them from there. Okay, that's good to know. We have an army of undead down here, as well as a very large army of succubi and cultists. All right, so we can't go that way. Let's go this way. Who's up here? We've got some ash giants, basic cultists, and some cultist elite fighters. Sounds good to me. Nope, do not let them retreat. Run them down. All right. Not taking any risks here. Scorching Ray to the giants. Let's see if we can vaporize them. Down they go. And then have our archers pick off the fighters. Good. That heavily weakened. Oh, the archers get to go again. All right, take out half the cultists. Oh, he's going to throw a rock at us. Oh, that almost did nothing. All right. The clerics don't need to move. Send in the cavalry. Run them down. Finish them off. Sweet. 3 infantry were injured, and the entire enemy army was wiped out. 90 infantrymen and 3 giants. As I said, I like them putting numbers to it, because I can imagine in my mind's eye, like, what does a company of infantry look like escorted by 3 giants? And then I can imagine them being shot to pieces by my army of archers, and my mages raining fire from the sky. Global map is split into a number of regions. You capture a region, you must free all the forts located in that region. You construct buildings in the forts you've freed. Forts can be upgraded, thus increasing the number of squares of construction. Of course. Crusaders killed the cultists who were gathering an army of wild giants to try and storm Drezen. Now that Drezen is safe, workers can be transferred from the urgent strengthening the walls to more important tasks. Nice. I think we can also make our way up here and deal with these elementals. Get them cleared out. Oh, fuck you. Okay. Just charging my ass. All right. Well, we need to deal with that. Thank you. All right. Archers, take out the fire elementals. Perfect. Let's have our clerics get our archers back up and running. Keep them alive. Cavalry. I don't like that the combat log covers up this whole bottom corner. Run in. Good. That took care of half of them. Send in our infantry to support. Send in the shield bearers to support. All right. Minor damage. Minor damage. Good. Archers. Let's go ahead with the fire and deal damage to those water elementals. Down they go. There we go. And the last of the elementals are taken down. Reginald's Hell Knights continue to deliver. 4 injuries, all recovered in the infirmary. Very nice. I also, again, I do love that they provide little context for all of the established battles. All of the ones where the armies are already on the field. I love that they include little lore bits for what happens in the aftermath. Chasing elementals away to their home planes, the Crusaders found a huge crystal filled with magical energy. It appears that it is imbued with the elemental forces many years ago and conveyed to Drezen but never arrived. Its guards, having perished, and the crystal itself, a powerful vessel of magical essence, has been drawing elemental spirits here year after year. We could try to clear them out as well. They do have a general, though. I think we'll hold off on that. Yep, and that's as far as our army can hold for today. And I do believe that if we skip a day, we're going to get all of these rank up degrees done. So that'll probably be the rest of the session. There we go. Yep, they are assembled and waiting for the commander for their first meeting. Assembled and waiting for the commander's first meeting. Assembled and waiting for the commander's first meeting. Assembled and waiting for the commander's first meeting. All right. We also got in the commander we trust. Swindlers have started a rumor that the commander is a saint, and gullible soldiers are now buying their charms that allegedly contain his hair, cut nails, and other holy relics. The elemental crystal is probably a callback to the earth crystal Koroskina tries to use to destroy Drezen. Yeah, that would make sense. 3,500 leadership to punish the con artists, or increase crusade morale by 20. Okay, so for events like this, there's no expiration, so there's no reason to do it now. We can just address it if we ever run low on morale, or if we desperately need a little bit more of the leadership points. Speaking of which, you may want to find Woljif before you find the logistics counter. Well, about that, a little too late now. Also, I don't think you can find him before you, like, you'd have to purposely delay it by a long time, because I don't think he even shows up until you get, like, out here. He takes a while to show back up. Like, I'm not even gonna, like, he does. He takes a long-ass time to show up, which is a little annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, and there we go. So these are all the established armies. This is the marching army that they're actually sending our way, with a bunch of soldiers. I would really like to deal with you. Possible. The quest order for Woljif appears if you travel south, it's not based on time. Really? Huh, I didn't know that. Oh well, it's too late now. Alright, air elementals are moving forward. First things first, let's see if we can vaporize them with a volley of fire. Goodbye. Now take down the cultists with our archers. Oh, they're almost dead. You know what? Just hold fast. Let them approach us. Yep. Let them do that. There we go. Weaken them. Oh, good. Get to weaken them again. And then go ahead and smite evil. Oh, I don't even think they are evil. Oh, well. Then send in our cavalry. Good. Send in the infantry. Yep, he's going to attack our cavalry. That's fine. Quest for Woljif is northwest of Drezen behind an army, and that can present a difficulty. I mean, we've kind of cleared out most of the armies northwest of Drezen, so... There we go. And the infantry will finish him off. 3 Hell Knights injured, all recovered. A force of nearly a company-sized force of cultists and 2 supporting platoons of elementals. It looks like the commander of this unit must have taken part in the attack on Canabris. What else would explain the item in his chest looted from the Tower of Estrade's museum that the Crusaders found? A unavoidable drill, a light pick. Finesse wielding keen +3. Whenever they attack an enemy with DR, the DR is decreased by 1 until the end of combat. That is nice. Fortunately, some of these areas are a little weird. Like, you have to, like, march. Like, you can't go this way to link back up on this side for some fucking reason. I don't know why. Nonetheless, let's see here. A request from the theater crew. A mercenary group going by the name of Blackstone Company has arrived in Drezen. Their leader, Captain Sealkin, seeks an audience. And Arushale wishes to have a private conversation with the commander when he can spare some time. All right, well, we need to, one way or the other, we have to go back to the commander we have to go back to the commander's headquarters regardless. A fresh bruise wells on the huntress's cheekbone. Wenduog releases a furious hiss, reminiscent of a nest of fighting vipers. I am so sick and tired of it. I can't tell what irritates me more. The stupidity of the Uplanders' way of life or the arrogance with which they call everything else savagery. Take a close look at Wenduog. Under her mask of anger, you can clearly see her insecurity and wounded pride. Okay, this is definitely a romance moment. Hold on. Let me see here. Is there? I'm not actually seeing this event listed anywhere. That's weird. Well, hold on. Let's see what happens. Maybe it isn't, or maybe it's just the start. Tell me everything.
This crooked tiefling approached me. He was fawning over me and smiling, and he brought me some good
Oh, this is One-Eyed Devil, isn't it? You want to side with her without mentioning that you know she's wrong, or you're doing it out of pity? Yeah.
Kept saying he'd be thrilled if I just took a look at his weapons. He said he was a craftsman and that he'd be really flattered if a fighter of my quality appraised his work. So I did. And he kept pushing. Take a look at this blade. Try out this bow. Scumbag. So I chose a dagger for myself, a good one, with blackened blade and a skinner. I liked it. I picked it up. I praised the work of the horn-headed scum, told him he was a decent craftsman, that I was impressed, and off he went. Then he pounced on me, grabbed my arm. You must understand, Master, that I couldn't let that go unpunished. I knocked his teeth out with the handle of the dagger. He started yelling that I stole from him, and a crowd gathered, and everyone was giving me dirty looks like they were all so superior. As if I was just a savage who crawled out of the hole just to bother these squeaky clean scumbags. What do they know? In Neathholm, every craftsman sees it as an honor if a hunter chooses his weapon, and these Uplanders, ugh.
Wenduog's eyes are ablaze and she lets out a hiss, baring her teeth, but bewilderment still seeps into her voice. Okay, yeah, now I recognize what event this is. Yes, Wenduog will come at some point and complain about the merchant, accusing her of stealing a knife. You want to say there are many idiots in this world, and sometimes I want to punch them too. She will then ask if you're pitying her, tell her that you aren't going to pity someone who isn't afraid to fight demons. After that, you should have the option to pay for the dagger and let her keep it. There should be an option to choose from here. The important thing is do not scold her or pity her. Any option where you pay for the dagger should work fine. Okay. I usually go with 2. Wenduog, you should know by now that this world can be full of idiots. You're not the only one who wants to knock a couple of teeth out too. But we have responsibilities. Wenduog answers with an antsy chuckle, then immediately throws a wary glance at you.
You're not saying that to comfort me, are you? I don't need to be comforted.
Comfort a fighter who's not afraid of blades or demon claws or joining me on the front line in a war against the abyss itself? Don't be ridiculous, Wendy. Her expression clearing, Wenduog nods and regains her usual ease.
I knew you would understand. It's not like I give a damn what they say. Why would I, stupid Uplanders?
Ooh, someone's being a little tsundere. The Huntress's voice sounds a little too nonchalant.
There's just one question left to answer. What should I do with the dagger now?
An elegant weapon with a blackened blade appears in Wenduog's hand. Take this. Give this money to the tiefling you took it from. It should cover the costs and everything else. It's yours then.
I'd rather you give him a few kicks, but as you wish.
With a contented smile, Wenduog bows before you. It's only 500 gold. Whoop-de-fucking do. Sealkin. Before you stands a tall, fit man whose dark hair is tinged slightly with gray. He greets you with a brisk military salute. Commander, my name is Captain Sealkin. I command the vanguard of the mercenary company known as the Blackstones. We've come from Andoran to assist you. What can you tell me about the Blackstone Company? Blackstone Company is proud to be recognized as one of the finest Andoran mercenary regiments. Not a bunch of unscrupulous sellswords looking to oppress the innocent or serve the tyrants of this world. We're an army of adventurers eager to involve ourselves in dangerous enterprises and leave with pockets full of gold and a clear conscience. Which is why we held a vote among our units. We were glad to accept Queen Galfrey's invitation to join the 5th Crusade. Some of our commanders voiced their displeasure with the sum she offered, but as I said, we Andorans are a free people who can't be pushed around and who cannot be bought, only convinced. What did convince you to join up with us, Captain? Queen Galfrey did pay us for our services, but do not think that we're fighting for gold alone, Commander. We are true sons and daughters of Andoran, so the ideals of equality and resisting the enslavement of the abyss ring true in our hearts. We will be glad to stand in the way of any demons who seek to force mortal kind into such bondage. The bulk of our company made camp in Nerosian, but the vanguard, consisting of our best, if I may add, was put under your direct command. And what can I know more about you, Captain? The man flashes a genuine smile. I don't even know what to say, sir. I'm a soldier, a bit of an explorer, and an all-around honest man. All right, then I won't hold you up. Get on with your duties, and welcome to the Crusade. Yes, sir. We're glad to be under your command. Sealkin salutes you once more, smiles, and then adds in a slightly softer voice, It'll be an honor to serve with you, Commander. If you have any questions, please let me know. If you need to talk, I'm happy to lend an ear.
Irabeth said that we're under threat from demons with unusual abilities. The Nabasu that attacked your army in the Lost Chapel. We know they're powerful and growing in number, and you haven't managed to find out where they're coming from.
Arushale looks around shyly and continues, lowering her voice as if entrusting you with a personal secret.
I'm not sure, but I think I have a lead. I know where to find someone who can lead us to the source of their power.
What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
It is a hag by the name of Jarunika. She used to live here before the fall of Sarkoris, but when the demons invaded the world, she happily took their side. She's an old cannibal who knows many secrets. You just have to make her talk. Does this Jaronaika have any special powers? I doubt it, but still, we should be careful. She's very old, very sly, and she's incredibly dangerous. Where can we find this informant? Place is known as the Green Gate. I'll show you how to get there. Before the World Wound, there was an ancient Sarkorian fortress there. Then Crusaders built a small chapel when they were holding it, but for many years it's been abandoned. Home to nothing but the abomination and squalor. Jarunica. I like Jarunica. I can pronounce it how I want, Lord Brownbear. I'm the streamer. I'll screw it up intentionally if I want to. How did you find out about this? Arushale looks quietly at the faces of those presents and seems to curl in on herself. Quietly, almost whispering, she speaks. That is a long story. I'll tell you when we get there, all right? All right. Thank you for the tip, Arushale. We'll speak more. I'm happy to help. It's just... She looks around cautiously again and lowers her voice. You won't go there without me, will you? I want to personally make sure this monster doesn't escape. Grandma Gretlin lowers herself into a bow as she enters your office. Good day, your commandership. It is I, the artistic board of the Next Door Theater. We are still working on our piece about your magnificent heroism. We've even taken on a few new crew members. We now have a master of stage equipment and scenery. It's my granddaughter, Tina. Tina, say hello to the commandership. We are faced with another dilemma, however, Commander. We simply cannot decide on a climatic moment of the act that is all about the Battle of Drezen. Please, listen to our options. Grandma Gretlin holds a scroll up before her eyes and begins to read, running a gnarled finger along each line. Normally in Book 3, Arushale begins at this chapel being hounded by Jaronaika, and she contacts the trickster in your party via dream to ask for help. In our case, she initially contacted me. We got spirited away to the module of the harrowing, and by the time we got there, she was in a rough way. I had to urge my party to rush. Oh dear. Option 1, the commander, that is you, launches himself out of a catapult and smashes the fortress wall, allowing the armies to rush inside. Option 2, the commander, you again, masquerades as a succubi and creeps into Drezen in disguise to open the gates for the Crusaders. Option 3, you again, commander, ride in the attack on an enormous mountain goat, should we call it a battering ram, and breaks down the city gates. What say you? I like the version where I launch myself out of a catapult. The cross-dressing as a succubus version is the best one, surely. I like the version where I ride on the back of an enormous mountain goat, but where are you going to get a goat that size? Oh dear. You know what? I do throw fireballs for a living, so yes, the version where I launch myself out of the catapult as a giant flaming meteor sounds like the appropriate response. Wonderful, wonderful. It is high time we injected some thrills into our show. Grandma Gretlin and her entourage move away, but their voices project so loudly you can easily hear the rest of their conversation. Oh, the catapult was my favorite from the very start. I hope it's not considered too lowbrow for a device of such serious dramatic offering. Did you forget that the role of commander is being played by a Cyclops? How are we going to launch Lambkin out of the catapult? Where are we going to find a catapult that won't break under his weight? Calm yourself, Tina. It is a minor snag. You cannot achieve success without a few difficulties along the way. We will think of something. You'll see. A middle-aged paladin with a very genial face salutes you. His sparse gray hair stands in fuzzy tufts on his head, giving him a distinctly unwarlike appearance. Everbright Crusaders reporting for duty. My name is Kiar Kobolin. I'm at your service. Queen Galfrey is gathering the main attack forces in Norosian, and she ordered us to help replenish the losses suffered in Canabras and Drezen. We will support your troops. Another tall, dark-eyed lad is standing next to Kiar. He passionately echoes Kiar's words. We're ready to go to the front immediately. Please allow us to be the spearhead of the next attack. The old crusader calls the young man to order. Morvek, do not speak unless spoken to, boy. Don't worry. I won't be defeating any demons without you. He smiles kindly and tousles the young knight's hair. I think Kiara isn't tabletop. He may just be an NPC listed as the Everbright Crusaders. Who have you brought with you? Everbright Crusaders, mainly. We have a lot of volunteers who've joined us. Those who arrived at the Queen's call but didn't want to sit in Erosian waiting for the main army. All the hotheads know that the front is here. Kiara nods at the boy behind him, the one who's eager to fight. We picked up this one too. Walked to Canabras with an old sword in his hand and a few copper coins in his pocket. He was going to keep walking and kill demons. Probably would have laid siege to the threshold itself, no doubt. The boy's cheeks go pink at the old man's gentle mockery, but he continues to stare ahead resolutely and boldly. Were you in the fighting in Canabras? How are things going there? Personally, no. The Queen summoned me and the bulk of our order to Norosian. Almost all others who remained in Canabras died. The ones who didn't were disorganized and leaderless. But the order has not perished. New volunteers have already been pouring into our ranks and we're licking our wounds. Canabras is rebuilding, life is winning out,
and people are coming from all over Avestan to assist the 5th Crusade. Many are joining up with the Crusaders just as it was back in the 1st. Good. We'll be happy to have you serving under our command. The Crusader gives you a friendly smile. An honor for us as well, Commander. Let's give the demons a good dusting. I don't even know if we have time for all of the events we're going to be running into with this. Hail, Commander. Before you, an aged yet fit and sturdy Garundi man stands at attention. His dark skin has a very earthy tone to it, and crystals sparkle from where his hair and eyebrows should be, identifying him as an Oread. Captain Harmatan, Chief, Chair of your Staff Council, by order of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, here to deliver a report. I'm the one on this council too, Seela salutes briskly. We'll be racking our brains on how to improve troop morale. I reckon the key is to back up our words with action, lead our soldiers by example, and they'll be eager to follow. Drawing upon my experience as a paralictor, my advice is to maintain calculated moderation in all regards, be it incentive or penalty, but always be decisive. We have no need for doubts or turmoil. And I am doomed to be your advisor. Do you know what that means? That you are doomed to listen to my advice? To start things off, here's an incredibly novel and deep thought for you. Loyalty, passion, and morale, all of which can be easily bought with money. Commander, permission to report. We've encountered a problem. Though we're still getting volunteers, we're now seeing cases of desertion. Many who joined the Drezen campaign believe that their duty has been fulfilled with the victory, and they are not keen on staying in the garrison. Those from Canabras wish to return home and rebuild their city, and those who are afraid of lingering in a place where demons might show up with a retaliatory expedition at any moment. My suggestion, improve living conditions for the privates, raise their pay slightly, give an additional ration as well. Reward those who've distinguished themselves on the battlefield with a handful of commendations and gifts. Soldiers don't want to leave armies that appreciate them. I feel for them, but we also have to convince them to stay. I think we might need help from the servants of the gods. They can tell the soldiers that the danger is not yet past and inspire more of them to keep up the fight against evil. As long as the wound is open, the whole world is in danger. We can't just go home and live like we used to, no matter how badly we might want that to happen. Most of the Crusader force are volunteers. They have no right to subvert military discipline. That kind of attitude is tantamount to treason, regardless of who expresses it. Identify the instigators, arrest them, and administer harsh punishments to the worst of them to make an example. Oh, please, the problem is quite simply solved with coin. Handing money out to privates is practically throwing it away. We need to pay the officers handsomely, and they'll figure out how to raise the subordinates' morale. Tell me, Captain, what exactly does the Staff Council do? In short, we make sure that whoever orders are given, they are executed properly. Our job is to keep the soldiers' morale high so they follow their officers' commands without question. As for the officers themselves, they look out for any unseemly or incompetent types who would subvert our trust. I have questions for the Council. Seela, what do you bring to it? So self-explanatory. We're not fighting in a sawmill here. This is a crusade against the abyss. You're up against the demons, you bring a paladin. It's a rule that's tried and very much true. Regil? I have extensive experience being in command of large forces. As a Hell Knight, I possess a firmness that many of your other officers may be lacking. The essence of any council is not to spoil your troops, but to maintain their discipline strategically. Amidst the chaos of war, a general must be a beacon of order and purpose for their soldiers. They will be just as grateful to receive rewards or lashes from such a general, and most importantly, they won't even think to disobey your orders. Darren? Mostly I'm just waiting for this all to end, but since I have little choice, I give you advice on how to charm your subordinates, be they people of importance or simple commoners. I'll tell you the biggest secret right away. Money. Gold has the most miraculous power there is in this world. And Captain, why did the Queen appoint you to preside over this? I've been in the Osirian infantry for nearly 100 years, fighting for 3 different pharaohs. After that, I joined the Crusade and have served Her Majesty Galfrey for 2 additional decades. I dare to hope that I've gained a decent experience over those years. Let us discuss. Oh, see, this is what I was worried about. These council events have so much talking. Ugh. But I do like it because it's great world building on why you're making these decisions. But when you're actually playing this, I just realized there's no way in hell we're getting through this in the last 20 minutes of stream. And I can't save in the middle of conversations. Seela, what's your plan? The situation's not yet so dire. Morale's still high. We run a major victory. So some have let down their guards. You call for the priests and the paladins to get it through with the volunteers that it's still early for a celebration. If they leave their homes now, Drezen could fall tomorrow, or the day after that, and the demons will show up on their doorstep. Servants of the gods are indeed the masters of sweet-talking others to dying free of charge, through pretty words, but when it comes down to inspired preaching or homemade pies, 9 of every 10 will look for comfort in their home and at their table. The incentive must be more substantial than breath. Regil, there is no place in the army for the mindset of playing soldier today and merely going home tomorrow. These dangerous ideas must be suppressed with the utmost harshness. We're identifying the most vocal rabble-rousers and exacting punishment on them as an example to others. They may be volunteers, but they joined the ranks of the Crusaders. We cannot abet their rejection of their responsibilities, or this army will be heading towards complete chaos and defeat.
It's a great plan if you want them to run back home twice as fast. They came here as volunteers of their own volition. Convincing them to stay is better than terrorizing them into fighting. Darren, our forces are in good spirits. It's the euphoria of victory that has gone to a few of their heads. No one can sober them up quicker than their officers, especially those of the lower rank. We'll hear our dear oafs, although sergeants and corporals a bonus on the sly, promise to sweeten the deal once they've convinced the volunteers to stay, maybe even do so over a beer mug or with a few broken noses. Why bother solving problems yourself when you can push them off on someone you pay? Your bought loyalty will run out sooner than your gold. Once soldiers turn into profiteers, instead of following orders, they will start appraising you. They will wonder whether or not it's worth their while to obey a general. I hardly need to explain the effect this could have on discipline. Captain, the volunteers believe we've almost won. Good. Let's not ruin that petty illusion. Turn it to our advantage. We'll increase rations, increase pay, rewarding the most distinguished commendations. Who would abandon the victors when they provide you with good food and better corn? It is naive to expect the troops won't understand that we would be trying to appease them. An army cannot stand if it is held together by handouts and desperate promises. But we shouldn't lie to them. If we build up flimsy illusions now, the demons will shatter them later. Those fighting alongside us must recognize the seriousness of the situation, not celebrating victory when the war has simply begun. See, Regil has a good point, and if I had my way, it would be a combination between Sela and Regil's. Find the worst and loudest of them, give them punishments, because that's what they deserve for causing morale issues. Nothing harsh, or not overly harsh, no executions, but definitely public humiliation to something, maybe a stockade kind of thing, while simultaneously having the priests and paladins go about raising morale. But of course, we can't do that. So we're going to go with Sela's option, because we are basically trying to appeal to people's better nature. Sela, I want you to start working with the priests of Abadar, Sarenrae, and Iomade, as well as your fellow paladins, and start raising awareness that this war is not over. Faith has always helped me in my darkest hours, and it will help our soldiers too. Just let us talk to them from the heart. Thank you, Commander. Should any other difficulties arise, give a report shortly. A tall, gaunt half-elf salutes you solemnly. Commander, it is an honor to call you the first meeting of your military council to order. Captain Odan, I've been serving under your command ever since the assault on the Grey Garrison. I'll do my best to be of much use as possible in this role. The foundation of this military is cold calculation and discipline. These are the principles I will seek to impart to the Crusaders if we are to win this war. Forget mercy for both enemies and our fellows and ourselves. Commander, your sister Sela's no renowned general, but I've spent half my life tussling with evil. I'll be stepping up on behalf of all of Iomede's faithful, and I hope my advice will prove useful. Master, your army does need to change. The Uplanders have proven that their methods of warfare are lacking, and fastidiousness leads to unnecessary loss. I will teach them to cast aside such morals and destroy the enemy by the most practical and ruthless means available. Demons aren't the first invaders of Sarkoris. I know this land and know how the people here used to fight. Listen to me, War Chief, and I will tell you how to turn the land itself to our ally. The first issue of the Military Council agenda is the reorganization of troops. Our infantry has already been bled dry even with the reinforcements that were granted to take Drezen, but we need more men to hold it. Furthermore, the army was assembled in haste after the assault on Cadavers and was never properly equipped. Unfortunately, we don't have much time for redeployment. Scouts report that powerful Baelor, Paramzada, is already preparing retaliatory strikes on Drezen. We can rely on freshly conscripted Mendevians. They may not have the skill, but but our strength as always has been laying in our numbers and the fervor of the volunteers. We can't just throw people into a meat grinder. We'll get our youths killed for nothing. We need to select the best among the recruits, or even better, hold a contest. The bravest and most capable will join the Crusaders. The death count is always highest among the infantry. It is their purpose to serve as the shield for the rest of the army. It would be wise to invest our resources in hiring and training heavy footmen with shields to ensure maximum protection, even if it limits their mobility or makes them less threatening to the enemy. An ominous smile spreads across Wendoel's face. I've noticed not all Uplanders are equal. Some eat and drink all they like, while others sit in stone cells and feeding on refuse. You call them criminals, they have no rights, force them to join our ranks, and get ourselves a fresh supply of troops. Never enough talk, same in wars, it is in peace. We dealt with that problem by finding helpers among the animals. Why can't we do that now? Strengthen the infantry with war dogs and other animals. One soldier with a dog at his side is more like 1.5 fighters, maybe even 2. I love that Wenduag's choice is just mass penal battalions. All footmen are promoted. Massive air quotes there. Promoted to conflict. Soldiers capable of calling army hounds for assistance. Houndmasters. Fill our ranks with new recruits. I love how there's 2 of them there.
Yeah, conscripts versus convicts. Shield bearers and champions. Why does it say connecting to chat? Why does it say connecting to chat? Did we just lose connection? Nope, bitrate is good. Live connection is good. All right. Fucking scare the hell out of me, OBS. Oh god, I don't think we have time for this. What exactly does the military council do? We determine the strategies of our troops, enact army reforms, approve new equipment, standards, and make decisions for all issues regarding military action on the front lines. Who is this Baelor Karamzada? Most trusted servant of Discari. Along with the historians of the Mendevian Crusades, he's known as the strategist of the World Wound. He's not as well renowned as Menag, conqueror of Drezen, or Hapsamira, daughter of Baphomet, but he's claimed the most major victories over our forces over the years. He's a general, and quite possibly one of the finest tacticians of the Abyss. So you got a fort? We have several forts now. I've been studying his style of warfare for years. He may seem like an ordinary demon, another typical war taskmaster, but that's a fallacy. Like a beast following a scent, he senses weakness in an enemy's defense and strikes at them, sending soldiers to bring targeted carnage. His uncanny charisma attracts more and more soldiers and cultists to him, so he's never short on them, and he sacrifices them like pawns whenever he pleases in order to achieve his victories. Karamzada is the face of the demon host, and for many years I've been gathering research on him, preparing for the day that our armies would clash with him once more. I hope my council will help you defeat him, but so far, Karamzada has known no real defeat. Sela, you don't really have much experience commanding outside of small skirmishes. Not on this scale, no, but I've fought evil and I know its tricks. War makes people callous, and it's always useful to have a paladin on hand to remind you at the crucial moment what we're actually fighting for. Hapsamira being mentioned this early isn't a tabletop, though she does have influence on Baphomet's forces. She operates primarily in the Abyss. Regil, I think I know exactly why you're here. You know that I have command experience, and I intend to impart that upon the Crusaders of at least a modicum of discipline and the rigidity of Hell Knights. The quality of the Mendevian staff currently available to you leaves much to be desired. He glances at the wincing Captain Odan. That much is certain. Wenduag, you're looking to command as well? She raises her head proudly. And why not? I used to lead our tribe's hunters and militia through the most dangerous caves, and we always return with spoils. I know how to win, how to think ahead, and how to be merciless. I will be a better advisor to you than this uplander. Ugh, my voice is starting to go. I can feel it. Ugh, more water. Her casual nod in Captain Odan's direction makes him frown with displeasure. I love how nobody here trusts Odan. Nobody likes him. Ulbrig, I take it you have military experience as well? Do I have experience? Fought on this land when it was still Sarkoris, led my clan in raids against our neighbors, drove invaders from our lands. Hell, I went to war with a band against orcs and giants. What kind of Sarkorian would I be if I stood on the sidelines now? And you, Captain Odan? He bows ceremoniously. I served on the front lines of the Mendevian army for 25 years. I've gained a wealth of combat experience. His voice sounds calm, but his face darkens at the mention of wealth of combat experience. I'm considered one of the foremost experts on tactics and strategy amongst the officer corps. I spent my whole life studying this, and I'm familiar with the thoughts of all the prominent military leaders of the last 5 centuries. Furthermore, I wholeheartedly believe in the traditions of Mendev's military art, and I will gladly share that knowledge with you. I have asked the opinions. Captain Odan, you just want us to keep recruiting from Mendev. I would institute a draft and amass as many new soldiers from Mendev and other lands as we can. We draw on our strength from our zeal and determination. We start holding contests or selections. We turn the Holy Crusade into a job for the chosen few and scare away future volunteers. We try changing our tried and true tactics, we'll lose valuable time. And the army's in need of fresh blood right now. The shield those misfit losers are going to form will be flimsy as shit. We'd be better supported with a line of crossbowmen at the rear who won't take them off at the first sign of trouble. Ulbrig, what is this about war dogs and Sarkorian style? A loyal hound is more than just a sharp set of fangs. It's an extra pair of eyes, a keen nose, and another head in a way. It's no soldier, but it is extra fighting power. If we can't find more human warriors, then swell the ranks with 4-legged friends. Oh, an excellent idea, Chief Birdbrain. Let's assemble an army of stray mutts, filthy crows, and street rats. I heard lots of soldiers are complaining of lice and fleas. That would add problems to the mix too. Waste not, want not. A soldier and all his fleas is practically a platoon. Wenduag, why do you want to rely on the scoundrels and criminals? I don't plan on relying on them. We rely on a chain of archers who will follow them and shoot any who dare run. The foot soldiers will have no choice but to fight, and the hardened criminals know that fighting for their lives is needed. They won't charge into battle shouting your name, Master, but their upkeep will cost us a pittance, and they will serve their purpose as a meat shield for the rest of the army, and no one will shed any tears over their demise. Since they wrong the tribe, let them atone for their deeds in blood. Besides, other uplanders also have prisons filled with criminals. We can borrow them. Our neighbors will be only too happy to have fewer mouths to feed. That is a wicked parody of redemption. Giving them a chance to turn over a new leaf is one thing, but herding them to their deaths with bows trained at their backs is not what the crusade should be. Ah, I see Wendowag has studied at the Stalin School of Military Tactics. Regil, why do you insist on shield bearers? The infantry is the meat shield intended to catch the blade of the opposing army, even with its very flesh. The shield must be reliable. That is all that is required of it. It's why I would like to see well-armored shield bearers as our foot soldiers. We have the option of pitting ranks of footmen against a tide of rampaging demons, knowing with certainty they will not scatter or die until they have completed their task. Sela, we can't just send in untrained rookies to the slaughter. We have the right to command only those who are ready for battle and can defeat the enemy. We must find out who the skills and guts. Contests are perfect, and a little excitement for our warriors back in the base won't hurt either. We won't get as many winners, but their strength will come from prowess, not numbers. Your proposal would leave us with an infantry full of selfish risk-takers dreaming of glory and valor. That is bad material for a soldier. The infantry's role is to be a shield for archers and mages. All they are required to do is follow orders, hold the line, unto victory or death. Ambitious loners, cherry-picked through contests of skill, are not fit to perform this duty. And this is what I mean by Regil being the smartest man in the room. He's, quite honestly, completely correct here. And I love that pretty much no one has a better argument for it than him. The closest might be Captain Odan, because he is correct that in a lot of ways, basic infantry will never be the force that truly defeats the demons. You may as well bring in as many conscripts as possible. But I think Regil has the better idea. Regil's correct. We'll put our faith in a tight formation of frontline shield bearers that will hold the enemy in position while the rest of the army operates. Imperial preference is army builds these high damage units to watch the enemy HP go down. I'm also trying to justify this from a lore perspective. It's really a toss-up between the shield bearers and me wanting to go with Olbrig's suggestions because I partially haven't seen it before, but also partially because I do kind of want to rebuild Sarkoris to a certain degree. But I do think Regil makes the right point here. You do have a point though, Lord Bramber. You know what? I think I will go with Olbrig's choice then. Capable of carrying army hounds for assistance, all footmen are promoted to houndmaster. You know, and also, quite frankly, Wendowag had the weakest reply, because usually the replies do point out the weaknesses with the strategy. Wendowag's reply to Olbrig's choice was very weak, in my opinion. We'll start using dogs and other animals to reinforce our infantry, which will also increase our scouting potential. Training a dog for war is no easy task, but we had a few tricks in Sarkoris. The druids today aren't a patch on the old ones, of course, but they can talk to the beast, and that's all we need. I'll train 5 dogs, and they'll supply our army with 4-legged reinforcements. Captain Odan salutes you formally. Thank you for your time, Commander. When the reforms are finished, the ranks of the infantry are replenished. I'll assemble the military council to discuss new options. Okay, we've got 2 more of these to get through and only 8 minutes to do it. 7 minutes to do it. Let's go. Commander, the matters before us are urgent, so let us not stand on ceremony. I am Lady Konomi, official attaché of Nerosian. Here are my credentials. She presents you a long scroll adorned with Galfrey's seal. Her Majesty has instructed me to lead your headquarters diplomatic council. Honestly, I was surprised when Lady Konomi asked me to join, but I'll do my best to fill the shoes of a trained diplomat. I, like many nobles, have been trained in diplomacy and in fact hold the title of Royal Emissary. It was passed down the Arendelle line, and I must say that prior to this day, I employed my diplomatic skills solely to undermine Mendev's international reputation. It's time to break that habit, I suppose. I imagine preventing international scandals will be just as interesting as causing them. Who knows, I might even enjoy it. Let's just keep moving. What's on the council's agenda for today? I hate to say it, Commander, but not everyone in Nerosian is pleased with your progress. Some believe that, to use their words, you are out of control and fancy yourself an independent leader. It wouldn't surprise me if you encountered supply disruptions in the near future, and I would suggest quelling their anger now. Show her capital that you haven't forgotten about the chain of command, and for example, you could hold a parade in honor of Her Majesty. If we must demonstrate that we're keeping Nerosian in mind, why not invite the capital's high priest to Drezen for a religious festival? It'll be appropriate. The church's support will shield us from the accusations of schemers. Pander to naysayers? I think not. I suppose we'd hold a parade in your honor, Savan. But that isn't your victory, and if Cousin Galfrey wants to show off in front of the soldiers, she's welcome to capture something of her own. Interesting, we only have 3 options here. What did I do to incur their discontent? You were too good. You were the King Canabras, won the Battle of Drezen, and you're a menace to the world wound. As your authority grows and the influence of the Queen's confidants diminishes, that creates the impression that there's only enough space for you at the top. Many members of the Royal Council are afraid that you will muscle them out of the political arena altogether. After all, if you're doing so well, maybe Her Majesty doesn't need that much. Therefore, they might try to discredit you, impede your war effort, reduce the scale of your victories, make some concessions, and they'll see that you're open to negotiations. So we get the Commander's Parade decree if we do that. Recruiting mercenary units reduces by 7.5, and material points cost reduced by, or income reduces by 25% for 30 days. Woljif is normally on this council. Ah, okay. Royal Parade. Finance points increases by 10% for 30 days. Invite the High Priest. Religious Feast. Energy points increases by 20%, and finance points reduces by 10. No, I'm gonna say the... no. Want to hear the opinions? Socio, how does inviting the High Priest help? Without a doubt, we should remain loyal to the Queen and respect the hierarchy, but that doesn't mean we have to kowtow to the Royal Council. I think we should neither do their bidding, nor seek to have quarrel with them. Rather, take a middle path. The High Priest of Neurosian is a powerful figure, but he's not a schemer or politician. By inviting him to the council, to the festival, we both show that we're not cutting ties with Neurosian, and we let them know that we have influential friends and are not about to buckle under the Royal Council. Lady Konomi, what good will a parade in Her Majesty's honor do? Symbolic and affordable. Show them how much you respect and value Her Majesty. Make a curtsy to those who pay for your arrows, swords, and bread. The Royal Council has great power. You wouldn't want to turn them into adversaries and test their influence to be greater you or theirs. Please them, and they will stop worrying about your loyalty. You'll be able to focus on your war. Darren, what would be the point of taunting the capital? Oh, there's a fine line between taunting and setting boundaries, between showing respect and putting on a color. Mind you, I'm not suggesting anything treasonous or disrespectful. A parade in honor of the true hero of Drezen and Canabras. What could be more natural than that? Besides, a healthy amount of disobedience guarantees that people won't pest you with lectures and nonsense that often. A dozen tutors responsible for my upbringing can attest to that. Provoking the capital would be unwise. We're trying to avoid unpleasant consequences, not expedite them. I'm sure that was merely an extravagant jest on the Count's part. I'm going to have to go with Social on this one. We don't want to be seen as being too subservient, but we don't want to be seen as outright rebellious right now. Invite the High Priest of Neurosian to the religious festival. A moment, Commander. I understand that you're used to being the highest authority in these matters, but political decisions are an exception. I am a professional in this field. You are not. By ignoring my recommendations, you are only deliberately seeking conflict with the capital, but disregarding common sense as well. I urge you to reconsider. You invited my companions to this council, yet you refuse to listen to their opinions. I am simply suggesting that you give your companions time to find their feet at the council and to grasp the principles of being a diplomat. If they weren't on the council, your decisions could be mistaken for the degrees of tyrant, and that is definitely not the image you want. Oh, now I understand the role I've been given. Lady Konomi, I'm supposed to stand in a pretty doublet and keep my mouth shut. I can promise you the former, not the latter. We're inviting the High Priest, Lady Konomi. That is all. Her voice hardens. I cannot challenge your decision, but I have no choice but to inform the capital that you've disregarded my recommendations. Action like these are precisely what gave the Neurosians cause for concern, Commander. I hope you'll revise this defiant stance in the future. I'll see to it that the High Priest receives a proper welcome, and let him know that the strength of our faith is as absolute as our loyalty is to Mendev. With that, we can bring the first meeting to a close. It is unfortunate that things were tense, but I'm sure we'll have more opportunities to resolve any misunderstandings between us. All right, one more. We can make it. I might have to go a few minutes over, but we'll be fine. Hail, Commander! A middle-aged dwarf who's clearly seen some combat salutes you with one barely moving bone-dry hand. On her face are huge scarred claw marks, and a black eye patch covers one eye. She's watching you with the other, intent and somber. Dorgalinda Stranglehold, Chair of the Logistics Council, at your service. Got ourselves an ugly situation that requires immediate action. I hope I won't get anyone in mind if I join you. She looks around with visible worry. I think I can give good advice if you don't mind. I will definitely prove useful in this council, as I know more about survival than all you uplanders combined. I will teach your soldiers how to procure what they need, even in places as unforgiving as the World Wound. But more importantly, I can tell you exactly what you have wisely. Everything is always in short supply in the cave. Neithers are experts at conserving resources. I won't lie to you, Commander. Our logistics are a mess. We need more of everything, and what we do have is in disarray. Crates of provisions rotting in storehouses because an idiot quartermaster spilled beer on the papers. Fools are not the worst problem, there's also theft. We've got officers with greasy palms that get a helmet with a stylish plumage or a fancy blade from a Neurosian. Meanwhile, that means the ordinary soldiers are being armed with barely more than kitchen knives, hammers, and tongs. It's time to give the entire logistics staff the bum's rush. The question is, who do we find capable and honest people to replace them? The scoundrels should be replaced with decent and honorable men. Nope, snooze that ad. I think we can get through this in time. Selfless souls who have proven that they put their comrades' lives above all others, especially their own wealth. Surely that would be who takes best care of our soldiers. I have seen the people in charge of our gear in the mercenary units. They are razor-sharp fighters. They're gritty, tight-fisted, and hard-boiled, unlike many of our goats. If we convince them to work for us instead, they will put things in order, and they might help us come to an understanding with the other mercenaries. My suggestion is to call some experienced and well-connected supply officers from Neurosian. Just let them leave their cushy jobs in Mendev and work up a sweat for the good of the crusade. What are this council's responsibilities? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna have to skip this. Arushli, what are you doing in the council? You think I shouldn't have joined? I spent a lot of time studying how armies work, both Crusader and Demonic, when I was spying. I think my advice might be useful. Wenduag? Who knows more about survival than Neithers? I know what to do and how to win. You uplanders have been spoiled by abundance. You have no idea what treasure you have at your disposal. I will teach the Crusaders how to use what they have and how to find what they don't. Dorgalinda?
Over my years of doing quartermaster duty, I've managed to develop a bit of reputation. The units I'm responsible for are properly equipped, armed, and fed. Thieves, scatterbrains, and reprobates promptly get the boot. Bureaucrats who never seem to have anything miraculously find everything they need after meeting me. In short, don't you worry, Commander. I'm right where I belong. Let's discuss the option in more detail. Urushale, what are you suggesting? Quartermaster's job is to care for the well-being of the soldiers they're equipping. That means the best people to appoint are the people who really care. Those who will keep their fighters warm, fed, and properly armed. Maybe they won't have the most experience, but that's all right. It's easier to teach someone numbers and how to run a warehouse than it is to instill conscience in them. And those soft-hearted fools will squander everything we have. No. The ones who watch the goods must be stingy, angry, and suspicious, or they'll be swindled by every passing scoundrel. Unfortunately, I have to agree with Wendewog slightly more. You don't want people who will just give away supplies in charge of your logistics, or you very quickly won't have logistics. Dorgalinda? There are great workers in Mendev who've been sitting at home for way too long. Let the Queen send them to us. Instead of counting buttons onto the frock coats of Nerosian guards, they'll sort out our supplies, and I already have connections for them. They could easily have army property decommissioned and later sold to private buyers for next to nothing. And those buyers will just so happen to be the same mercenaries we're negotiating with. Dorgalinda makes a face. Connections are all too important. Wendewog? Take into your ranks those responsible for managing the supplies among the mercenaries. The crabbiest and most miserly of individuals. They can guard our goods. We're short on everything not because we have too little, but because we have too much. We're giving away whenever someone comes to whine. Gear must be expended carefully and sparingly. Such charity is unheard of among the mercenaries. The way they see it, every warrior must be able to take care of their needs first before relying on the help of their unit. Once you stop wiping your fighters' noses, they'll quickly learn to fend for themselves, becoming fiercer and deadlier than before. Again, I wish we could do a combination of Wendua and Dorgalinde. Bringing in some high-level logisticians would be great. +1 to attack and all saving throws or equipment from the state. Urushale is ready for anything, and Wenduag is only the essentials. 10% bonus to maximum AP. That would cut down on us taking casualties. And +2 bonus on all saving throws. Ooh, so it is kind of between Wenduag. Literally high level. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Wenduag. I think she's actually got the right call here. Wenduag, I want you to pick the shrewdest and toughest mercenaries you can find, place them in charge. Just make sure that we keep everything else in the logistics structure operating as smoothly as possible. Good. They'll teach the others to live a harder life, and it will make them stronger. Whenever my hunters have been hungry for a few days, they would hunt prey twice their size with twice as much energy. And it's decided, no matter what the new quartermasters are like, there's no possible way it can be worse than what we have now. The results will be reported to you, and if anything else comes up, I'll let the council know. Please tell me we're done. Okay, thank God. We're only 3 minutes over. Okay, we actually managed to get through all the events. All right, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you tomorrow for more Wrath of the Righteous. And again, I'll get the holiday schedule out. I've just been busy all the time. I will have the dates for you soon. Thank you all for being here, guys. And thank you to everybody who showed up, new time chatters and other people who have been lurking in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us on our Wrath of the Righteous playthrough. I will see you tomorrow for more. Have a good one, guys. Bye-bye.